Late nights, late night. Screens glowing, everybody sleeping, still studying the charts. SPI strikers, smart action trading. Ambush in the night. Look, ambush in the night when the weekend's panic. Market moving wild, but the real stay balanced. Everybody emotional, over trade can't manage. I was building discipline while they chasing the damage. See the candles like warfare, pressure on the front line. One bad decision can erase a whole grind. That's why I move patient when the volatility climb. Cause survival in the market really come from the mind. Never let my ears say revenge trade heavy, but problems told me pride make destruction come deadly. So I sit back calm while the fake get desperate. Cause the sniper don't rush every setup he presented. Carrying conviction while I carry these scars. Every lost taught lessons, not a vision move sharp. Everybody wants success till the pressure get dark. That's where fate separate king from the actors. Ambush in the night, yeah, the pressure get real. Everybody talk tough till the drawdown they fail. Ambush in the night, still I move with control. Cause discipline and faith keep the peace in my soul. Structure overnight, that's the code every day. Smart action trading, we was built for the faith. Ambush in the night, but the vision stay bright. When you walk with purpose, you survive every fight. See the market expose every weakness inside. Freedom make you blind, ego killing your pride. I done seen traders crash from one emotional ride. Cause they worship the greed more than truth in their life, Now I move different, less emotion involved. Calculated every risk before the trigger get pulled. Shockwave on the screen while the momentum evolve. And the trader's engine got the setup resolved. Everybody want freedom but avoiding no work. Want the blessing from God but never changing their heart. I was studying Proverbs while they flexing on shirts. Now the structure built solid while the fake fall apart. Slow down, brother, don't let the pressure break you. Market full of noise but discipline will save you. One step, one plunge, I guide every trader. Faith over fear make the whole team greater. Hold firm even when the charts get cold. Stay wild, don't let greed control your soul. Real king, move calm in the fire and smoke. Structure and belief keep the whole thing afloat. Yeah, the pressure get real. Everybody talk tough till the drawdown they feel. Ambush in the night, still I move with control. Cause discipline and faith keep the peace in my fold. Structure over noise, that's the code every day. Smart action trading, we was built for the place. Ambush in the night, but the vision stay right. When you walk with purpose, you survive every fight. Pressure create diamonds. Faith create discipline. Smart action traders. SPY strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turn a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appealing. Used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, made destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Now the whole playbook different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's my strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every boss another lesson, every win come from awareness. That's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Level risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stay now? AI tools flow
flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed Mambos just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advanced, every lesson get engraved. Repeat, refine, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean from where to plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't worship for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. Spot strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions leading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we only have way to pay. Every loss another lesson, every leg go from awareness flow. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Forex trading, Shockwave 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate.
Yeah. Smart action trading. SPY strategies. I've been in the charts long enough to know. Most traders don't lose from the market, they lose from themselves. Listen close. Yo. Devil trade big card. Number one, never risk more than you can survive. Cause blown accounts kill dreams before the vision arrive. Proverbs said the wise store oil for harder days. So I size my position just to preserve the play. These are trade commandments. Structure over emotion. Discipline and patience. Keep the account in motion. These are trade commandments. Pressure reveal your flaws. Market humble everybody that don't respect the law. Never chase green candles after momentum extended. That's emotional entry disguised as confidence blended. Wait for support confirmation. Structure to align, cause impulsive decisions destroy portfolios over time. These are trade commandments. Structure over emotion. Discipline and patience. Keep the account in motion. These are trade commandments. That can reveal your laws. Market humble everybody that don't respect the law. Always use the stop loss, pride don't belong in trading. Ego hold losers while discipline staycation. Proverbs say power before destruction every season. That's why I cut losses fast before emotional bleeding. These are trade commandments. Never trade, need direction. Entry, target, invalidation before execution. A trader without structure like a ship with no sail. Lost in volatility every time the market prevail. High motion money goes slow. Farmers are able. See Greek like judgment make the spirit unstable. Everybody want profit but they know what they able. More profit a man gain of discipline disappear. One emotional trade can erase a whole year. These are trade commandments. Structure over emotion. Discipline and patience. Keep the account in motion. These are trade commandments. Pressure reveal your flaws. Market humble like it body, they don't respect the laws. Candlestick speak if you're patient enough to listen. Long weak rejection tell you where momentum shifting. Support and resistance like the borders of war. Learn the language of the market before asking for more. More trades don't mean more money. That's illusion talk. Sometimes best position simply on and not to force. Ecclesiastes said there's a time for everything. Sometimes sit on your hands while I'm walking through a thing. Track every introit, combos, reason and mistake. Crack every introit, combos, reason and mistake. The self-awareness, separate the wheat from the grape. With you the loss is deeper than the profit you made. That's our consistency, slowly get built every day. Motion, whoa, we just share commandments. Structure over emotion. Discipline and notions. Keep the account in motion.
emotion. Fear and greed battle every trader alive. That's the sinful nature, trying to control your mind. Had to crucify revenge, trading deep inside. Cause emotional warfare make disciplined traders die. These are fake commandments, built from losses and scars. Disciplined structure, make the strongest of stars. These are fake commandments, with the candles and prayers. Smart action trading, help you navigate the way. Structure over all, that's the code every day. Trade safe, trade smart, and dominate the play.
Never play the car. Yeah. Smart action trade. SBY strikers. This one for the traders learning structure. Price action lessons. Handles. Price action lessons. Check it. Every candle got a story if you know how to read it. Bullish engulfing mean momentum, undefeated. Long with rejection means the buyers got defeated. Market giveth opportunity, but emotion mistreated. Green candle strong with the body fully closed. It means conviction in the moving, momentum still growing. But tiny body candles means the market indecisive. That's why patience in the game become your biggest investment. Hammer at support, could reverse from the bottom. Shooting star, rap resistance, better watch if they dropping. Its sidebars tighten up before expansion get popping. Price action first, solar indicators, secondary options. See beginners chase indicators looking for salvation, but the candles tell the truth before confirmation. Every chart got with them like a conversation. Learn the language of the market through observation. Price action lessons.
Study candles every night.
Support and resistance.
Help you navigate the fight.
VWAP holding strong.
EMA trend align.
Technical analysis.
Help the structure of your mind.
Price action lessons.
Every setup got a clue.
Market moving patterns.
If you study what they do.
Structure over noise.
That's the message every day.
Smart action trading teach you how to read the play.
Now support like the floor where the buyers defend. Resistance like a ceiling where the sellers descend. When resistance breaks strong, it can turn into support. That's the market shifting gears while the weak lose composure. Everybody wanna enter all in middle of the range. When the money made best, when the levels get engaged. Patience at the zones while the market turn pages. Cause random entries usually produce random trades. Previous day highs, yeah, them levels important. Same with overnight lows where the pressure start building. Supply and demand zones got the whole market pivoting. That's why disciplined traders stay observant, not emotional. Trend line support hold means momentum intact. Break down below structure mean you better step back. Cause technical analysis ain't predicting exact. Cause probabilities and discipline combined on the map.
Price action lessons.
Study candles every night.
Support and resistance.
Help you navigate the fight.
VWAP holding strong.
EMA trend align.
Technical analysis.
Help the structure of your mind.
Price action lessons.
Every setup got a clue.
Market moving patterns.
If you study what they do.
Structure over noise.
That's the message every day.
Smart action trading teach you how to read the play.
V's the WAP like gravity, institutions respected. Price above VWAP, usually bullish direction. Price below weak sellers, lightly aggressive. That's why traders watch the line for intraday perspective. EMA smooth the movement, help identify trends. 9 EMA fast while the 20 defends. Stack EMAs bullish needs momentum extend. Cost below better, tighten risk management again. See indicators, tools, not the source of the decision. Price action still king when you analyze conditions. Confluence, what matter, multiple confirmations. That's how professional traders avoid random positions. Volume spike breakouts means attention increase. Low volume fake news usually quick to retweet. That's why technical analysis deeper than a team. You study market structure till the patterns repeat. Coming. Say that. Aligning with the structure of the chart. Every level tell a story if you study with your heart. Price action, patience, discipline, execution. That's the difference between trading and emotional confusion. Yeah. Technical analysis, basics, smart acting trading. SBY strikers, study the structure, protect the capital, master the process. Trade safe, trade smart, and dominate. Yeah. Smart action on the boards tonight.
SPY strikers in the building. We're gonna take it back to the roots. Options 101, but make it rhythm.
Option scenario. Option scenario. Learn the game before the candle stereo. Pause and puts, spreads and barriers. Freaks in the shadows trying to marry you. Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Premium burn can embarrass you.
Trade with a plan, don't gamble, warrior.
Price action first before hysteria.
Yeah. Monday morning market look alike.
Young trader Joe trying to learn how to survive.
Open his app, seen green and red flicker.
Hard options meant getting rich quicker.
OG stepped in like, slow down, son.
This ain't lottery tickets.
It's just not luck.
He said a call means you're bullish on price.
You think stock going up?
Then call sound eye.
Buy one contract.
That's 100 shares.
But theta eat alive if you
Unprepared.
Joe said.
So big things price gon' fall.
OG nodded slowly like,
Yeah, that's all.
calls for the upside.
Push for the drop.
But timing and volatility.
Control the clock.
Hey.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
IV spikes can terrify you.
One bad trade.
Can simplify you.
Discipline the only thing qualify you.
Then the room got smoky. Jazz got low. Charts on the screen started moving slow. OG drew symbols on a legal pad. Said these freaks turn good. Trades bad.
Never tell how fast.
Option move.
Near 1.0.
Then it stop cool. That's time, decay pressure. Every single day your PPM get lesser.
Vega.
Volatility emotion. When earnings hit premium. Deep as ocean. Gamma.
Acceleration force.
Price move hard.
Delta shift course.
Show looks just like man, this complex.
OG lab.
That's why risk come next.
Slow down branching.
No chase every move.
Market makers testing.
If you really smooth,
One can the rise.
another one fade.
Protect your capital before another trade. Risk management.
Protect your soul.
Small position sizing.
Keep your spirit whole.
Cause revenge.
Trading.
Take control.
Big margin call.
Yeah.
Come collect the toll.
Yeah, now Tuesday hit and the market got wild.
Joe came back more disciplined style.
OG said single leg.
Cool some fun.
Blood spreads how to survive.
Rough climbing. Credit spread collect. Premium first.
But the fine risk keep account from curse.
Debit spread call money up front. But cheaper than naked contracts, huh?
Behind condo.
If market goes sideways.
Strangle or straddle on
It's supposed to Friday.
cover calls my long-term holder.
Cash secured puts for patient soldier.
Don't start to seeing the structure clearer. Stop that getting emotional.
Track got nearer.
Be wild pill.
While EMA crawl.
Be finally learn.
Why beginners get lost.
Yeah.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Candlesticks become your oracle.
Support resistance historical. Every setup.
Ain't honorable.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Trade journal look like memorial.
Until you build a system audible, inconsistency becomes
Territorial. Now Friday glow. Market bells ring. Joe ain't rich, but learned everything. OG smile line. That's the first win. Most blow accounts before they begin.
understand probability
And flow.
don't overleap it.
Just because it glow.
Wait for confirmation.
Not anticipation.
Patience be
Impulse of speculation.
technicals matter.
Volume trim.
Once psychology decide,
The end.
Joe got charged.
Ten is black, crack slow.
Finally understood the game.
Ain't YOLO.
It's discipline.
Risk, process, execution.
That's the real option.
Scenario. Best bar strikers.
Smart option trading.
Learn the foundation before the fireworks. Trade safe, trade smart. Dominate the charts.
Oh, yeah. For educational and inspirational purposes only. Trading involves substantial risk of loss. Not financial advice.
Not financial advice.
Matthew 25.
Parable of the talents.
Let's talk stewardship.
Have to cry a voice.
Well done, good and faithful servant.
Multiply what heaven entrusted.
Fear, bury the gift.
Hope,
Want them lefty 25, red letters spoken, kingdom parable, hidden truth open. MasterCard service be for travel abroad. Place resources in their hands before departing far.
217,
5 talents to build,
to another 2,
according to skill.
to another 1 talent,
Measure was assigned,
each according to ability at the time.
first serving when it multiplied quick. Second did the same with discipline, risk. The third got fearful, dug into the ground. Buried what was given, never moved around. See, the story ain't really on the cash. It's stewardship, purpose, time, and craft. What you do with opportunities in hand defines the fruit produced from the plant.
Don't bury the talent in the dirt below.
Feel they keep on never
Truly grow.
market rise.
Target right.
Still control your soul.
Stewardship and patience over chasing gold.
5 became 10.
You became 4.
Faithful with little now.
I entrust in more.
But the servant ruled by fear stood still. Never multiplied the gift or the skill. Young trader staring at the future's low.
Future's low.
Thinking every green candle guaranteed dough. Loaded contracts, hit no risk, plan set.
Flip through the whole account, chasing internet flex.
Then he had
Well done.
good and faithful servant.
Then it hit deeper than surface work.
This faithful ain't gambling, bankers with greed. Faithful means protecting and managing seed.
Seeing, trading.
There's a difference clear
Between wise execution and emotional fear.
one trader over trade.
Every move in sight.
Another waits patient for setup time.
One risks everything.
Time double overnight.
Another grows slow.
With discipline tight.
That's the parable inside the chart.
Patience and stewardship set apart. Cause multiply capital.
Take control.
Not emotional entity.
Cat soul.
This is education on purpose only. Now it's this, move wisely, homie.
Never risk money.
You can't afford to lose.
Every trade decision
Belongs to you.
lasts performance.
Don't guarantee gain.
Keep a strong system.
Can it do a pain?
Study, practice, protect your peace.
Real well built through consistency.
Then the master came back after long delay. Asked each servant what they made.
First said 5 became 10 through word.
Seconds 2 became full
Through pressure heard. Master answered both the exact same grade.
well done, good and faithful servant.
You were faithful over a few things.
I will make you ruler over men.
But the third said I feed and hid what was mine.
Never took responsibility with time.
See, fear can't freeze potential still. Just like greed here over trade skill. Both extremes can lead to loss. Wisdom works in or through every cross.
Years markets and like
That principle stands.
be faithful with what's inside your hand.
Not everybody called to flip overnight. Sometimes call come little by little, despite.
Don't bury the talent in the dirt below.
Protect the seed
And watch it grow.
trade and test discipline deep and soul. From wisdom and patience, sustain control.
5 became 10.
2 became 4.
Faithful stewardship, open doors. Happy 25.
Chapters still.
Like happy 25.
Lessons timeless.
Multiply wise.
Had you 25.
14, 30.
Parable of
The talent.
educational and inspirational purposes only.
Trading involves substantial risk. Manage risk carefully.
Protect your peace.
Your purpose and your capital.
Yeah, yeah. Late nights. Yeah. Yeah. Late night. Screens glowing. Everybody sleeping, still studying the charts. SPI strikers, smart action trading. Ambush in the night. Look, ambush in the night when the weekends panic. Market moving wild, but the real stay balanced. Everybody emotional over trade can't manage. I was building discipline while they chasing the damage. See the candles like warfare, pressure on the front line. One bad decision can erase a whole grind. That's why I move patient when the volatility climb. Cause survival in the market really come from the mind. Yeah. Never let my ears say revenge trade heavy. But Proverbs told me pride make destruction come deadly. So I sit back calm while the fake get desperate cause the sniper don't rush. Every setup he presented, carrying conviction while I carry these scars. Every lost taught lessons, not a vision move sharp. Everybody wants success till the pressure get dark. That's when fate separate king from the actors. Ambushing the night, yeah, the pressure get real. Everybody talk tough till the drawdown they feel. Ambushing the night, still I move with control cause discipline and faith keep the peace in my soul. Structure overlord, that's the code every day. Smart action trading, we was built for the phase. Ambushing the night, but the vision stay bright. When you walk with purpose, you survive every fight. See the market expose every weakness inside. Freedom make you blind, ego killing your pride. I done seen traders crash from one emotional ride cause they worship the greed more than truth in their life, yeah. Now I move different, less emotion involved. Calculated every risk before the trigger get pulled. Shockwave on the screen while the momentum evolve. And the trader sys engine got the setup resolved. Everybody want freedom but avoiding no work. Want the blessing from God but never changing their heart. I was studying Proverbs while they flexing on shirts. Now the structure built solid while the fake fall apart. Slow down, brother, don't let the pressure break you. Market full of noise but discipline will save you. One step, one planche, I guide every trader. Faith over fear make the whole team greater. Hold firm even when the charts get cold. Stay wild, all that greed control your soul. Real king, move calm in the fire and smoke. Structure and belief keep the whole thing afloat. Yeah, the pressure get real. Everybody talk tough till the drawdown they feel. Ambush in the night, still I move with control cause discipline and faith keep the peace in my fold. Structure over noise, that's the code every day. Smart action trading, we was built for the place. Ambush in the night, but the vision stay right. When you walk with purpose, you survive every fight. Yeah. Pressure create diamonds. Faith create discipline. Smart action traders. SPY strikers. Yeah. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turn a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, made destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Now the whole playbook different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's my strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every boss another lesson, every win come from awareness. That's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stake now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed man bows just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advanced, every lesson get engraved. Entropy refined, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean for with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow.
Top of the morning, traders, and happy Wednesday, May 27th, and welcome to the most value-packed live trader show, where we live trade, break down charts, give a high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Again, what happened yesterday stays in yesterday. What happens today stays in today. If you missed yesterday's episode, go back and check that episode out, whether after this episode or at another time. If you're a first-time viewer, smash the like button, subscribe. Long-time viewers, do me a favor, smash the like button as well. We'll get 100 likes. When we get 100 likes, but before 10:30, guys, we will do a giveaway. I want to do these giveaways, but again, I want you to hit that mark before we do that. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Everything you're seeing on this program is for educational purposes. We are live trading a bunch of names. If you are on YouTube, keep in mind, guys, there is a delay. There's about a 20 to 25 to 35 second delay, and that delay is intentional, so you don't take this information for signals. I don't want you to take this for signals, so there is a delay. You're a little behind, but use it for educational purposes. All right. So let this thing open up. We're looking to open up a small little gap up. We were looking to gap up pretty significantly in the during the pre-market, but we did give back a little bit of ground late pre-market. All the indexes are below VWAP to kick things off. Good morning, guys. Good morning. And if you want to join our community for the pre-market prep stream, along with access to all the resources, there's a few spots left on the 30 trial 30 plan. Make sure to take advantage. Okay, make sure to take advantage. Good morning, guys. A 920 sector update. I love the updates. I always appreciate the update. Jake. Okay, so far the Dow pulling a little bit here. The Dow is actually the one that's pushing to the upside. Apple out of here. Apple said good morning, took flight. Amazon, good morning, took flight. Nvidia falling off a cliff. Netflix keeping a close eye on a day 2 continuation on Netflix. CRWV, complete breakdown on CRWV. All right, so below those lows, guys, that idea was shared in the Discord. Keeping a close eye on MU. I'll rotate that name here. Okay, as you're coming in, guys, smash the like button. Good morning. That's the easiest thing to do, guys, is to hit the like button. Hit the like button when you first come in. It does tremendous things for the stream. At some point in time, you had no idea about the stream. There's no advertising I do right behind our stream, behind our program. So everything is organically built. So it's very important that you do your part so you pass on the favor to another trader and share the information. Okay. Good morning, Nico. Good morning, Vanuz. God bless you and your family, health, economy, in the name of Jesus. Amen, Fishman. Hopefully you're feeling better today. Good morning. Good morning, Lou. Good morning, Poe man. Good morning. A lot of you have been asking me for the music. Okay. Right. I just put the music in so I don't have to have any copyright issues. So I just created that music. All right. Maybe I'll make something available for you guys to have a playlist, some kind of playlist. All right. All right. Trading music, right? Where traders need some positive, inspirational, educational, tasteful music in the background sometimes to trade. And it looks like we're kind of creating our own genre here. All right, so nice little gap up to open things up. But this gap up, guys, it was going to be a significant gap up into all-time highs. We came into this rejection zone, and we're starting to slide. So right off the bat, guys, Apple is showing a ton of strength. So that's going to be a candidate for me to the upside of Apple. Let me just clear this watch list a little bit. CRWV falling off a cliff. CRW falling off a cliff. Good morning, guys. Okay, what I'd like to do is when I kick things off, I don't want to have any EMAs. All right, so this is just my personal preference. Okay, especially on the one. Right, I don't want the EMAs because my objective is not to get swayed by anything right off the open. I want to get a feel for the action as it unfolds. That's my primary objective. Okay. On the 5 down here, we can pay attention to it, but I want to keep that as clean as possible. Okay, so we're officially open. We're at that PML. So interestingly enough, guys, we opened up very close to that PML. Strikers, key zone. Keep in mind that key zone is right here. All right, key zone, what we discussed this morning. All right, we want to see that kind of separation away from that area. All right, that's going to tell us a lot. We're starting to see the Dow. So what we saw earlier, the Dow was selling off, the Qs were pumping, and now the Dow is getting bought back up and the Qs are dumping. Okay, that dynamic is always changing. Right, you always have to be on your toes as a trader and make the adjustment on the fly. You cannot marry a certain bias and just be beholden to that bias. Right, it just continuously changes. Dr. Woman today, brother, I smashed the like button in respect for you and your very beneficial live stream. Otherwise, no trading. Appreciate it. Fishman, as always, guys, good morning. Poll question for today, very straightforward, very simple. Is a yes or no question. SPY reaches 755. Yes or no? The SPY reached 755, yes or no? That is the question for today. So CRWV dumping off the open, right? That dump is playing out nicely, strikers, right? Break below that daily downside breaker. Okay, if you like to trade the open, CRWV is flying. Okay, CRWV is flying. All right, so we do share the ideas. Okay, higher probability ideas for the ones who do like to trade a little earlier. All right, so that's available to you guys. But again, all I ask is do your due diligence. Apple, Tesla did report some numbers, EU numbers, right? Vehicle sales in EU. Tesla and Apple are potential candidates to the upside. So what's really lifting up SPY here is, guys, the fact that the Dow is pushing. The Qs are actually near the daily 50% retrace and that daily upside breaker as well. So the level we discussed in the Qs during game plan, guys, during morning game plan, is being put to the test right now. All right, roughly that daily upside breaker and this zone are relatively the same kind of, they can translate to the same kind of area on both SPY and the Qs. All right, so that PML is right there, right? So we're trying to create separation from that PML. Down goes IWM, guys. IWM is within prior day's range. Qs are starting to slide below that daily upside breaker. Netflix is going the other way. Netflix is above PMH. Good morning, Max. Good morning. Gap close. That was a quick gap close. That looked like a nice gap to open things up. Good morning, 6-0. Right. When you sent out the update early on, that was a nice gap. And then that last few minutes, I'd say 45 minutes to an hour and a half, everything just sold off. What primarily drove us higher, guys, are the usual suspects. Usual suspects in the semiconductor space. MU, TSM joined the party today. AVGO, AMD, SNDK, MRVL, all the usual suspects, right? Outside of NVIDIA, those semiconductor names, I'm paying attention to them on a different screen because it's worthy to pay attention to those names. They've been primarily the responsible. They're primarily responsible for the Q pump, right? It wasn't the Mag 7, all right? It was these names. So all those names right now are selling off, guys. All those names are selling off. MU's at that PML. Broadcom is below that weekly upside breaker. AMD fell below PML. This a nice retrace. Reaching that PML, selling off, trying to go to the 50% retrace today. Intel fell below PML, fell below weekly open as well. It's below 50% retrace today. MRVL selling off aggressively, below 50% retrace today. SNDK testing that PML. NVIDIA testing that daily downside breaker, prior day's lows. Netflix, nice pump. Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood is coming into play as well. Okay, if all those names continue to sell off, Qs continue to sell off, guys. NVIDIA to the downside. That's available. SPY is testing this critical zone. All right, this is going to tell us a lot. This can either get us back to PML, if buyers deem that a value add, or separation can lead us to that weekly upside breaker. right? This is what the back and forth is for here. All right? That's what the back and forth is for. That's what the back and forth is for. So what lifted us higher, guys, was the fact that the Dow started to catch a bit. If the Dow loses some of the steam that it had during the last 10 minutes prior to market open and pre-market, then we can start to slide because the Qs are sliding, semis are getting sold off aggressively. VIX back above 17, so keep a close eye on the VIX, see if it stays above 17. SNDK falling off a cliff, keep a close eye on the VIX here. Okay, VIX wants to make a move into that PMH. Solid sell candles here. Let me get some contracts ready. If somebody continue to sell off, NVIDIA, count me in. NVIDIA, count me in. I'm looking at the 210 puts on NVIDIA. $210 puts. Apple is just continuing to push forward. Apple, I'm looking at the 312.50s. Calls. CRWV, if market continues to dump, might have more momentum in it. Spread, a little spready there on CRWV. The initial move already took place. And Tesla, rejection off that PMH. Tesla, I'm looking at the 435s. Puts on Tesla. It continues to sell off. Tesla's a little jacked up because of the IV. Right, IV's a little high. It does have some sales numbers from the EU that it's trying to price in, so keep that in mind. Netflix is just pushing to the upside. Okay, see what kind of response we get off of here, off this level on SPY. We're testing that weekly open. So if no buyers step up here, guys, they fought for 3-4 hours yesterday to get above this level. If no buyers step up here, that'd be very interesting. Okay, so let's see if we get some kind of reclaim above this level. If there are some buyers, they'll drive price back above that 50% retrace of the day, 750.26. Okay, Qs are starting to wick here. See if SPY can hold above that level. 750.26. Okay, so you can reclaim that area. Semis still have that weakness. The only one that balances Broadcom. No buyers there. We're headed towards our weekly upside breaker. The puts on SPY I'm looking at. By the time, if we get that area, look at the 750s. 750s, I'll look at the 750s. Okay, no buyers. So that retrace reject off the zone will open up. So the Qs are what's being sold off, guys. Those semis are getting hammered. We're coming into bound zone. Okay, we're approaching a bound zone. So be mindful of that. A retrace reject off this level can come into play. CRWV continues to fall off a cliff. MU starting to slide. VIX continues to push higher, guys. VIX is above 17, still holding 17. My goodness, NVIDIA falling off a cliff. VIX is roaring. Look at the Qs, guys. Look at the sell-off on the Qs. We're below weekly open. What a drop. And you don't take the puts there? 100% Apple. Nvidia falling, the whole semiconductor space falling off a cliff. TSM, MU, Intel. VIX is spiking. VIX continues to push higher, guys. VIX above 17. If this is legit, see if it can start to push its way towards 1710. Okay. Oh, this shockwave has a very short runway into these lows. Keeping a close eye on video here. If the sell-off persists, Qs 720, 727, 61. Don't count the buyers out. Don't chase. Keeping a close eye for a retrace reject here. If that's just a relief pop. Dead cat bounce. So some of you are getting bought off those lows. The same ones that were selling off, they're getting bought up. Okay, so this is what we want to pay attention to. What kind of interaction do we have with this zone? Do we retrace reject? Means we get into it, reject once again. Or do we get that reclaim? Look how aggressive that was, guys. It took us 3 minutes to sell off into these lows. 1 minute to recover a 3-minute sell-off. 1 minute to recover a 3-minute sell-off. Keep a close eye on CRWV. Tesla puts brewing. Tesla puts brewing. If we go retrace reject off of this guy, SPY stays below the zone. Retrace reject off of that level. Tesla can start to slide to the downside. Be mindful, Tesla has a higher IV today. Okay, they did get some sales numbers in. You can be mindful of that. If you took that retrace reject, manage accordingly. If you took that retrace reject, manage accordingly. Look at that. Comes right into that zone. Key zone rejection. IW continues to fall off a cliff. IWM candidate 289 puts. IW. So Tesla's also a candidate as well. IWM, that is. QQQ puts. So QQQ is leading the way on the sell-off mega cap tech names. Now MU puts. Tesla, see if Tesla can stay below that level. Stay below that level. Tesla has some room to that 435.19. See if Tesla can get one little relief pop. Puts on the Qs. If you took the puts on the Qs, manage accordingly. IWM puts as well. Manage accordingly. Trying to get an entry on Tesla to the downside. If you took Tesla already, manage accordingly. That retrace reject is gorgeous. That retrace reject was gorgeous, but just be mindful that if you are taking that shockwave, all right, initially treat this area as a runway. Okay, treat this area as a runway. Treat that area as a runway. Okay, try to target this area first. Okay, see if Tesla can come into play. Look at the Tesla 435s. Tesla gave that entry too. I want a nice little bounce on Tesla. It came right into play. Just kind of turn my eye away from it. If you took Tesla, manage accordingly. What you need on Tesla, guys, is the Qs to continue to push lower. Speaking of the Qs, 727 puts. If the Qs get back below that level, if you took Tesla, manage accordingly. It did give a nice little entry when it came back at that zone. All right. Okay. Structural breakdown brewing. On SPY. Tesla's rolling. The Qs are being stubborn, guys. They're bouncing off that daily 50% retrace. Daily 50% retrace bounce. Tesla's rocking and rolling. Okay, Tesla does have a catalyst. Who took Tesla? If you took Tesla, dollar signs in the chat. If you took Tesla, puts, dollar signs in the chat. That's a good little scalp on Tesla. be alerted there. What can really help Tesla break down is this breakdown on SPY. If everything starts to break down, that can further enhance that breakdown we're seeing on Tesla. If we start to bounce once again, that can maybe lead to Tesla retesting this territory, but SPY needs to stay below that retrace reject zone. Okay. Okay, as long as it stays below this retrace reject zone. Okay, see if Tesla can fall back under that level. And I'll take Tesla to the downside if it can. The 235, the 435 is on Tesla. But I want SPY to reject off of the zone. So Tesla fall back under that level. Okay, decisive fall back under that level. All right, I want SPY to reject off of this area. If SPY reclaims this area, there's no trade on Tesla to the downside. If you scalp Tesla there, good. Looks like we got some heat. Okay, we're starting to push. Remember, buyers, they like to take things off pre-market low and reclaim it. So I want to see how we interact with this retrace reject. If we start to slide back the downside here, off that retrace reject, go double top in this area. Okay, Tesla puts, I'll be there for it. If we reclaim this area, I'll leave Tesla alone. In case I have an alert set there. Because what the bulls want to do is, hey, you know what? They want to resurface. They want to get it close above here. And continue to push it. All right, that 9 is right there as well. Qs are starting to course correct as well. Right, it's almost like you have to scalp. Any breakdown, you have to scalp. Right, breakdowns are basically scalps the past week and some change. So critical juncture here. We'll keep a close eye on Apple. Keep a close eye on Amazon to the upside as well. If we start to catch a bid here, it's going to be predicated on what happens here. If SPY starts to break down here, Tesla, count me in. If SPY just completely reclaims that area, it'll be tough to short Tesla as SPY is pumping. Okay, all those semis sold off, and then now we're trying to resurface back the upside. Netflix looks like it wants to break down. So we're trying to reclaim this area. Let's see. So no trade so far. Beautiful. Good scalp on Tesla. Out SPY put. Beautiful job, Elion. Okay, it's going to be predicated on what takes place here. If we can fall back under that weekly open. Fall back under it. Tesla, I'll be interested in Tesla. We're testing the 9. We're testing the key. We're testing the 9. We're testing the VWAP. IW's testing the 9 as well on the 5. All right. Buyers are trying to resurface, pick this thing back up off of those lows. Let's kind of just zoom out a little bit. When in doubt, zoom out. All right. We're right in that bounce area. All right. So it's inside on the 15. I want to see SPY break back below that weekly open, 750.05. We're testing the 750 psychological level as well here. Breakdown, I'll take Tesla. I'm waiting for SPY to get below that weekly open. And Tesla will be there. I'm trying to be as patient as possible. And I'll see if I can take Tesla into the lows of the day. If you took the puts here, right, nice little scalp. If you just waited for it to scale out or hit TP, you get stopped out if your risk is conservative. So separation away from here, guys. Separation is the name of the game. Our inability to create separation will cause that back and forth. All right, we have no catalyst today. So unless we get some kind of news that comes across the headline or comes across the news feed, All right, so be on the lookout for that. We have no major scheduled economic calendar catalyst. Tomorrow, huge day tomorrow. PCE, GDP, two major pieces of data. Okay, we're all SPY testing VWAP, IW looking to test VWAP, or SPY testing 9, IW looking to test VWAP. The only thing above VWAP currently is the Dow. Surprisingly, the Dow is the only thing above VWAP. We did see that sell-off take place on those semiconductor names as it pertains to memory. Good morning, guys. Okay, see if SPY can start to get faded here. Fall back from the weekly open. I'll take Tesla right there. I'm going to Tesla puts. Up 10. Manage accordingly. TP where you need to. Okay. If you need to TP. My risk will be all the way up here. Did see upwards at 10. Tesla's a mover, so just understand that. And my stop loss is all the way up here. Did flash 10. I'm going to take this at the lows of the day. All right, this back and forth with SPY in this area is going to be critical. Okay, Apple, look out for Apple on the calls, strikers. All right, shockwavers, keep a close eye on Apple. Currently in Tesla. So since I'm in Tesla, I want SPY to stay below here. All right. So for that idea to work out, ideally, see if SPY can stay below that 9 EMA on the 5. That'd be great. And try to just not create too much separation away from the zone. That would help the case. Okay. Would help the case. I'll help my case. Or inside on the 5. It's inside that 5 minutes range. All right, so what I inverse head and shoulder possibly can be brewing here on Tesla. Down 15, 16. Stop is all the way here. No close above there. The fact that SPY is starting to reclaim this, right? It's not going to be good news for my Tesla position here. All right, but we'll let it play out. Stop me out, scale me out, or go to TP1. It looks like Tesla wants to go inverse head and shoulder. See if we can remain under the zone as SPY heads towards VWAP. All right, if SPY can get one rejection off that 9 on the 5, we're seeing the Dow starting to slide. That'd be great. Get the structural breakdown off that 9 and VWAP. That would be very nice. Okay. So see if Tesla can start to slide. So I want us to put some pressure on this trend line support, break back below PML. Break back below PML. Tesla into the lows of the day would be great. Still in the position. Back in the green. So it did flash double digits, more than 10% initially. All right, if you're a sniper, you can take it there. But I'm looking to play the idea rather than that initial reaction. I want to see if we can break below this pre-market low. If this trend line support breaks, when this pre-market low breaks, historically we've been seeing buyers pick this thing off of pre-market low. I should say not pre-market low, this weekly open, okay? If that weekly open breaks, this trend line support breaks, we already gave a pre-market low there. That would be promising for the position. So this is what I'm waiting to see. Do we treat this as support and bounce off it? Or do we break this support and make lower lows right there? Okay, so Tesla, no close above that 440, 41. Getting close. About to get stopped out here. Okay, I'm going to get stopped out right there on Tesla. So stop that on Tesla. As much as I don't want to get stopped out, I got stopped out. So first trade, stopped out Tesla. And now we're starting to see SPY bounce off that area. If it comes back into play, sure. Okay, sure. But we'll let that go. Apple. Apple, Apple, Apple. Apple, keep a close eye on the calls here on Apple. So first trade, Tesla stopped out. If Tesla comes back into play, guys, I'll be there. If it breaks back below it, I'll be there. Apple testing that initial breaker. Apple testing that initial breaker. Apple. Starting to get tested here. You took Apple already, manage accordingly. Apple is at that dead upside breaker. See if I get one more little draw to the downside on Apple. And one more little push to the downside on Apple, count me in. Okay, put me in, coach. If you took Apple, manage accordingly. Apple calls. Okay. So Tesla, right, as much as I want to hold Tesla, that's invalidated. Okay, as much as I want to hold Tesla and validate it, Amazon, keep it close on Amazon. So this was the setup. All right. Did see 10 here, but I wanted to see a push into the lows of the day. Stop right here. Trying to time that with what SPY was doing. Now SPY's above VWAP, guys. See if SPY can hold above VWAP. So good cut. So as much as I don't want to cut it, you just follow your risk protocols. Well, when you follow your risk protocols, it'll always save you. All right, so it'll always save you. And then now we're trying to reclaim that PML. So if we do get the SPY calls activated, 752. Keep a close eye on Amazon for the calls. Exit from SPY, good, good, good. Book some profits and calls, good, good, good. So a lot of those names, the TSMs of the world, MU of the world, Amazon's starting to go. Qs are starting to go. IWM, guys, calls on IWM starting to go as well. Okay, keep a close eye on IW. IW is the first one to trigger. All right, so that was just a nice little drop for a pop. SPY's above VWAP, Dow's above VWAP, IWM's above VWAP. Scale out on Amazon if you took Amazon. All right, so no breakdown here. So no breakdown turned out to be a reclaim. All right, so that was the invalidation marker, so that's why I'm no longer in that tested trade. So we went from a retrace rejected here, into a reclaim. Retrace, reject to reclaim. SPY on the verge of taking out those highs. If it does take out those highs, shockwave, count me in above 751.29. 751.28. Okay, so first trade of the day, Tesla stopped out. Now what is good is VIX is going the opposite way. VIX got above 17 and fell back under 17. Fell back under 17. How we doing, guys? SPY out calls, good, good, good. 25% on IWM, back on IWM. Second trade out, 31%. Beautiful job, Lynn. IW, always a sneaky mover. All right, IWM, when it goes, it goes. So I'll keep a close eye on IW. Good morning, Turbo. Good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Amazon is gone. Amazon is gone. See if IW can hold above that level. SPY's coming into play as well. IWM is looking to reclaim that PML. If you can hold above there, I'm taking IWM calls. Get a reclaim of that level. Okay, I'll take IWM right there. Okay, I'm on IWM calls. Average fill 62 cents. So if you did take IWM, manage accordingly. Near the highs of the day. Okay, up 6. Stop is the same. Okay, see if we can start to rock and roll. If you can, that would be great. I want that 5 minute to get above the highs of the day. If we get highs above highs of the day, we'll start to rock and roll on IW. So IW in the calls. So you get a nice little push. If we can break above this highs of the day, that's that double digit threshold. So I'm looking for double digits here. Okay. Break above that 291.48. We'll be good to go. Inside on the 5. If we can take out that 291.48, 49, we will be direction on the 5 for that continuation. Okay, if we need to take some profits off, by all means. Amazon went, guys. Amazon went. So I'm gonna this PMH. Okay, this level is gonna be incorporated within my risk. I should say that PML. That PML and that weekly open, or that daily open in this case, are going to be incorporated within that risk, because my risk is all the way down there. Okay. Nice push above 291.48. See if the rest of the indexes can join us. Qs are looking to test that VWAP, get a nice little push. Nice breakout on Amazon. Keep a close eye on Robinhood. SPY trying to pull back here. SPY rejecting off that EMA there. We're getting a little top heavy here on IW, so that break above 291.48 will be critical during this 5 minute candle. The Dow wants to go as well. Qs are pulling back. IWM. IWM. Nvidia puts possibly brewing. Here we go. Okay, my risk is all the way here. If it continues to slide, guys, I got to cut it. Looks like everything's starting to slide. Nvidia puts brewing. Aggressive reaction up there. Still in the position. If there's a legitimate slide across the indexes, okay, I got to cut IWM. If it breaks below that level. Okay, I'll cut it right there. IWM. Stop down IWM. Okay, stop down right there on IWM. Okay, about 22%. Stop out on IW. Right? I don't like the fact that everything is starting to slide, so stop out there. Okay, so the question is this slide legit? If this slide is legit, Nvidia, okay, and Tesla for second attempt. Again, we're back at this area. So 2 trades so far, 2 stop outs. Q's rejected out of that VWAP. Okay, Tesla. See if Tesla can come back into play. Same kind of setup on Tesla. Same setup here. So you want a little bounce near that entry. Because what I'm really paying attention to, guys, is this. All right, is there more room for us to drop here past that point? If you're waiting for shockwave on SPY, nothing on SPY so far. Nothing on SPY so far via shockwave. Right, if we end up bouncing off of this, I don't want Tesla. If it's a legitimate break below that open, that weekly open, then count me in. So 2 stop outs. Okay, see if Tesla SPY can start to slide. Just a little bit of a slide. At least stay below that pre-market low. Stay below pre-market low. Count me in on Tesla. See if Tesla can get one little relief pop. Because what I don't want to see on SPY is come back into this area and then bounce again. Right? That's what I'm trying to clear out. Right? Make sure this is not a legitimate bounce. I want to see a nice structural break below that retrace reject. If we can do that, Tesla for the puts, Nvidia for the puts, do your due diligence. We'll be there. Okay, Tesla's starting to go. Tesla's very erratic, guys. Very erratic on Tesla. So keep that in mind. Tesla, very erratic. Okay, give one little pop on Tesla to the upside. All right, it has to do with breaking this retrace reject territory. The 5s are selling off across all the 3 indexes except for the Dow. The Dow's going the other way. The Dow is just paving its own way to the upside. Breakdown on Broadcom. MRV about to break down. Nvidia breaking down. So Tesla and Nvidia. For the calls, Apple. Okay, if we can pull back into that area. And Amazon. It's going to come down to this retrace reject zone. If you took Tesla, manage accordingly. All right, just a bunch of scalps. So just keep that in mind. So last trade on IW. I like that stop. I like that stop. No trade so far on SPY. If you took the retrace reject or the reclaim, outside of that, there hasn't been too much. There hasn't been too much available. Apple looking to bounce. Amazon, if Amazon can pull back into those highs. That was a potential retest. Tesla and Nvidia are brewing very close. So if Tesla and Nvidia, for them to start to make a nice push to the downside, guys, their scalps are available. About 10 to 15 to 20% scalps are available if you're a sniper. But if you want that full breakdown, more than likely, SPY needs to break below the retrace reject territory. We're hugging that VWAP currently, guys. See if we can get a separation from VWAP. If we take it, just zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. This is where we are. This is where we are. Okay, we're jammed. We're jammed between these two territories. We're jammed between this test zone, this bound zone. We bounced off of it, and now that's our first test. That's our first test. All right, so this zone, that breaking here would be critical. Breaking there would be critical. Robinhood, keep a close eye on Robinhood for the calls. If you're just jumping in, good morning, guys. Good morning. If SPY stays under 751, we will see Nvidia falling and pulling SPY with it. It's trying. Nvidia's trying to break down, but if SPY starts to, you see these lows here. These lows are not lower than these lows, so it's still as that upward trajectory. Okay, guess who's come back into play? Guess who's coming back into play? IWM. If IWM comes back into play, I'll be there for it. All right, second attempt. Stopped it the first time. If you took it the second time, manage accordingly. See if you can hold. Very top heavy here. So you need a parabolic push above that level. My stop right there was here on IW. All right, took the calls here. Did see mid single digits, 6-7%. But wanted to see that nice continued push, and then got stopped out there. Okay. Looks like scalps. I found, I'm from Texas. I found channel. Welcome. Let us know where you're joining from. If you're a first-time viewer, guys. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. You can see that IWM has a lot of resistance up here. All right, so more than likely needs that broad market push to break that resistance. SPY is teetering above VWAP. NVIDIA. Look at this mess on NVIDIA. As long as that resistance holds up, NVIDIA puts brewing. Apple, nice bounce. Okay, Apple, nice bounce. Robinhood is out of here. Meta is making a nice push. Just trying to make a nice push there. So Apple was a nice bounce, guys. Apple was a nice bounce. So no, nothing on SPY yet. If SPY does come into play, okay, count me in for the 752s on SPY. Okay. For the calls, same kind of setup as IWM. I want that PML to hold. I want those levels to hold. It's going to be predicated on what the Qs do. If the Qs can try to push into VWAP and get above VWAP, that'd be great. We're primarily getting lifted here by the Dow. The Dow is actually coming to the rescue today. Okay, so we're getting a break. So Ripple here, guys. See if we get a nice little hold above that level. See, get that hold. IW, if you double dipped on IW. Good. If you had a wider stop on IW, as SPY is trying to push here, NVIDIA continues to dump. So Tesla, another scalp on Tesla. All right, so the two names that went nicely, smoothly were Amazon to the upside and Apple to the upside, the two A's. The two A students. IWM did break above those highs, so IWM working out nicely. How we doing, guys? 20% last dump with a beautiful job. Still holding Tesla. NVIDIA starting to break. Yeah, it looks like NVIDIA does want to dump here. Okay, if SPY goes double top here. Okay, I'm going to focus my attention on Tesla. Okay, I'm going to focus my attention on Tesla. Okay, it's providing a bunch of scalp opportunities. All right, so double-digit scalp opportunities. All right, so they can be upwards of 10, 15, 20%. But nothing major. NVIDIA is just selling off here, guys. Solo mission to the bottom. Robinhood gone. What's really holding us back here, team, is the Qs. Qs are still selling off. Okay, I'm going to take Tesla right here. Puts on Tesla. Second attempt into the lows of the day. Same risk. Same risk here. Okay. I want the Qs to continue to reject here. That would help the case for Tesla. So first attempt stopped out. There was a quick scalp opportunity, but it took place so fast. All right, I want to see if I can get a nice little push to the downside. Okay. SPY. Potential calls brewing on SPY. So see if Tesla can start to slide here just a little bit. Okay, watch out for that trap on SPY. Go Tesla. Nice push on Tesla. Up 8. TP where you need to, guys. Okay, if you need to TP on Tesla, TP. Up 10. Get that structural break. Up 11. Up 12. 15 on Tesla. I'm going to take a majority off right there on 15 on Tesla. Down to runners. Okay, thank you, Tesla. Our runners up 16. There we go. Up 21, 23. There we go, Tesla. Finally. Okay. Tesla, manage accordingly. Up 28% on Tesla. Okay, took a majority off already at 15. I'm going to move my stop to this territory here, that initial point of that entry. We're at the lows of the day. Very close to the lows of the day. Okay, TP, guys. Tesla is very erratic. All right, if everything starts to sell off here, that sell-off has continued. If SPY can break below that VWAP, it would be, we can see another little push to the downside. Okay. Second attempt on Tesla. First attempt stopped out. Second attempt. Okay, see if we get that nice little continued push. I want that 5 minute to close below it. These 5 minute candles are looking very bearish so far. Look at the Qs, guys. Qs are falling off a cliff. See if these runners can start to print. Okay, up 23. Now break below these lows and we can start to roll. We need SPY to do the same thing, guys. SPY in the next 2 minutes is some change. Break below VWAP. Break below VWAP, we can get to the 50s. Up 34% on Tesla, guys. I want to see a nice little break. I don't want buyers to come in here to sweep those lows. Okay, so if you did take profits, congratulations. All right, buyers might try to step up there, try to sweep those lows. All right, I want us to get past that. The 5, there's still some selling on the 5 left. The 5s are selling off. SPY is dumping here. SPY is flushing here. Up 44% on Tesla. That's over $60 per con. I'm going to take some more off right there at 45. And down to one last one here. Okay. Now there's 5 minute candle on SPY. Okay, if we can hold below that VWAP, look at the Qs, guys. Look at the Qs are also dumping. Okay, TP 115, second TP 45. See if there's a little more room left on Tesla to the downside. That 5 minute candle, 1 minute left, unless we get some kind of 1 minute resurgence. All right. We can't see another little push lower. So I'll try to withstand that. Okay, I'll try to withstand that. I want to see it close below VWAP here. If you took Tesla, dollar signs in the chat, guys, spam the chat. All right. If your stop was a little wider than mine, if your stop was all the way there, maybe you can sit through that. But I got to respect my stop here, guys. All right, always respect your stops. You can always get back in. You can always get back in. Okay, so Tesla, see where this wants to go. Tesla will find home right here. This is the final. That's that TP1. I like how SPY is dumping. See, that can lead Tesla to dump here. That 5 minute on Tesla still has some selling left, right? But the closer it can close to the lows of that 5 minute candle, the better. We are starting to see some buyers step in on Tesla. Okay, so no close above here. All right, so at least walk away with positive appreciation on this last runner here. So stop me out or take me home. Okay. This can be a nice little dead cat bounce. That's what I want to see. All right, that 5 minute on SPY, dumping, falling off a cliff, fell below VWAP. So in this case, I want to see a nice little compression breakdown into the lows of the day, new lows. So I want to see lower lows. New 5-minute candle on Tesla team. 5-minute candle, we break below these lows. Sell-off continues. Sell-off continues. There we go. 45%. All right, 45%. Scale out if you need to, 45%. See if this can turn into a triple-digit gain this last runner. 5 minutes still looks good to the downside. All right, and I don't want to see any flags. I mean, any hammers. Qs selling off. SPY selling off. IW selling off. Okay. Who's in Tesla? Dollar signs, guys. 24% SPY put. Beautiful job. What a trap that was, right? Vicious trap on SPY. We'll discuss that trap shortly. 55%, guys. That's 85% per contract. So one contract can do a lot of damage. One contract can do a lot of damage. All right. If you're getting started, one contract can do a lot of damage. 70% on Tesla. That's $100 per con. TP1 about to be hit. 78% on Tesla. That's that final target, that TP1. Who's taking Tesla? Who's in Tesla? So there you go. So that Tesla trade right there covers your tuition cost. Your monthly subscription. One contract. Okay. Now Tesla's final destination is here, of course. All right. If you take profits, take profits. If you haven't already, guys. All right. I'm always going to say that. I'm going to sound like a broken record. It's going to be annoying. Get used to it. All right. Because I have to remind you to take those profits. This last runner is up 50%. Did see 78%. I'll move my stop to here. All right. The Qs are still selling off, guys. Qs are still selling off. They're headed towards the next level, next critical level. As long as this 5-minute candle on Tesla doesn't get back below that prior 5-minute candle's low, I want to see if I can take it to that 435.19, that exact scale out. So any kind of 5-minute reversal, don't want to see that. SPY is still selling off. Okay, buyers are trying to step in here. See, there's one more leg here on Tesla to the downside. Okay, 78, 79%. All right, in a matter of minutes. Okay, look at the guys. The indexes continue to sell off. SPY continues to sell off. Qs continue to sell off. See, that drags Tesla lower. Look at that 5-minute candle on Tesla. All right, this 5-minute candle has a minute left. So on this last minute, I want that 5-minute candle to close as close as possible to those lows. Okay, we're starting to see some buyers stepping in here, guys. Okay, buyers trying to step in. Okay, so that's $100 per contract. $100 per contract. Okay, buyers trying to step on those indexes. So that 5-minute, guys, on that 5-minute candle, see if we can get that 5-minute candle to close as close as possible to those lows. We are coming to that bound zone. One more flush. All right, don't chase. If you didn't get this, do not chase. 59 seconds left. And that's also the flip of the hour. That's also the flip of the hour. So worst case scenario, I walk away with like 20, 30%. All right, if it does stop me out on that last runner, I'm okay with risking that. All right, that'll be my trailing stop. If we close above that, I'll close out. Okay, tag me out right there. Okay, all out, 38%-ish. In the high 30s. All right, so I did see upwards of 78. Okay. And then stopped out there at 30+%. All right, wanted to see if there's a little more to squeeze off of that move, and now we're starting to see buyers step up. Okay, so again, nice trade there. Thank you very much, Tesla. So that officially segues us into second shift. All right, second shift is here. So first shift took 2 trades on Tesla. First one stopped out. Second one worked out beautifully in our favor and stopped out on IWM as well. But the main thing is, guys, this is why if you're an opening range trader, if you trade the orb, all right, this indicator is a must-have because a lot of orb traders will get trapped right here. Okay, no signal there. All right, so you need some kind of system that tells you which ones are legit, which ones are not legit. All right, so if you extract the profits there, 60% NVIDIA. That was a long ride. Beautiful job, Devil Dog. All right, so first shift is fish in the books. Okay, up 23. Good. All right, wanted to squeeze a little more with those runners. I wanted to take it all the way to TP, and you just mark out your risk. You mark out your risk constantly, but you can always abandon the plan. What I mean by that is, hey, you know what? You can have your target somewhere, and if you're up 50%, all right, you can just take some off. All right, with these markets, okay, you don't know how things last. You don't know how long things last. All right, so that's why it's always good to pay the trader. Make the market pay the commission. NVIDIA broke down as well beautifully. Beautiful job on NVIDIA, guys. Meta, break on Meta. Okay, good. Now, so if you're trading Shockwave, if you're trading the Shockwave on SPY only, there are no trades so far. All right, so it saved you a ton. Okay, it saved you a ton because there's a lot of back and forth. Okay. So let's break down that Tesla trade. Let's break down that Tesla trade, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. So a couple of things here. This is the power of re-engagement. All right. So why I make the argument, or while I'll continue to make the case, why re-engagement is better. All right, you can have your own approach, of course. There's no approach that's better than another. It just depends on which one works best for said trader. So in this case, we took the puts here on Tesla. Okay, we waited. We took the puts here. It was quickly up about 11%, right? NVIDIA continues to fall off a cliff, guys. And then by that time, okay, we're paying attention to the market here, so no worries. I still have the coverage down here. By that time, okay, we stopped out. So I saw some appreciation. Want to take it to lows of the day, stopped out. Another opportunity comes back into play. Right? Don't like the break. Wait. We wait there as well. So we let this one go as well. Keep in mind, we let that one go. We let this one go, fall back under it, then take it. Okay, so Mark SPY is selling off aggressively, guys. All right, we're going to have to review the trade in a little bit because this is worth covering. Look at that. So everything that was falling already is going to continue to fall. So flag breaks. Look at SPY. Look how erratic this is. NVIDIA, good night, NVIDIA. $200% on Meta calls. Beautiful job, Jimmy. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. All right. We should always be above 100 likes by the first hour. We had over 500 people stop by. Okay. We're providing the coverage, market coverage, educational information that you can really take and start to apply on your own. All right. So make sure to like the video if you haven't liked the video yet. Out of the 180 people in the chat, take a minute, hit the like button. All right. Share, subscribe, do all the good things. I will review the Tesla trade here in a bit, but I saw that nice little drop. That played out nicely. Also, IWM. So first shift. IWM. So IWM, what happened with IWM? IWM, take the calls there. All right, a little top heavy, but it was the first one to go. All right, what's our risk? Right here. Risk is right there. What that means is if it gets below here, that's the risk that I defined. I have to be out of there. There's no if, ands, or buts. There's no modification. If my risk was, say, for instance, was here, in this instance, I'll still be in the trade. If my risk was, say, it was here, whatever you define, you must follow. There's the rule with risk. You pick, but whatever you pick, you must follow. Okay, you have to follow. I know it's hard to listen to oneself sometimes. Okay, because we want to do something else. We just our fingers just don't want to move. We don't want to close. But that's gonna be the biggest thing, right? The biggest thing is when you're wrong, being wrong. When you're right, being very right. When you're wrong, don't be wrong for long. Don't sit in wrong. Okay? Don't sit in wrong for more than you need to. Okay, so what is that more than you need to aspect of that statement? Your defined risk. So if my more than I need to is conservative, then that's where I cut it. If my more than I need to is 10%, that's where I cut it. Okay? So very, very important that we continue to do that, and we continue to get better as traders. So if SPY breaks down one more time, I don't mind. Should I hit Tesla one more time to the downside? I don't mind. Tesla give a scale out. Okay? If you don't take profit, who will? The market will, guys. One on the left, holding TP1 on Tesla or NVIDIA. I know you crushed NVIDIA Firefly. Today, good double bottom. Yeah, so what's happening with SPY here, guys? SPY is just jammed between these two zones. SPY is jammed. All right, so if you can literally see, we have these two zones that we discussed. We come into this bounce zone. What this tells us is this. We have buyers here. We have willing buyers here. All right? And we have sellers here. And we have unsure buyers here. But we have more sellers than buyers. Because the buyers are unsure. So they get outnumbered. The reason why I use that statement unsure is because we've been reclaiming everything with decisively. Buyers are willing to pay at highs to push into higher highs. At lows, relative lows of the day, they're doubling down. They're clicking buy. All right, so if they're selling pressure up here, we can see it. But if the uncertain buyers that are looking to get involved there can become a little more certain, that will lead us into this 752.13 and a possible reclaim. So even if price has come into this area, guys, you can wait it out. But if we break above this level, buyers become more certain. That is a segue into shockwave to the upside. But if you're waiting for that complete reclaim, you're looking to exist on the other side of certainty. And certainty would mean, all right, we get above that daily upside breaker and try to make a run into all-time highs, because this is the all-time high territory. Okay? Because look, we drove price a couple of times into this buy zone. Very decisive. Do these buyers look indecisive or do they look decisive? Look, we're aggressively selling off. We're aggressively selling off. Immediately bounce. Aggressively selling off. Immediately bounce. Twice, actually. So a zone is strong based on how quickly or how aggressive the response is. Aggressive sell-off, aggressive buyback. Okay, that means there's some interest there. So you can see here when we formed that double bottom. If we grab these lows, that would have been a little more, that would be nicer. And of course, we have this trampoline brick wall situation. So until proven otherwise, if you want to trade this range, until proven otherwise, UPO. All right? This is support, this is resistance. The market doesn't have to make a decision today. Why? Tomorrow is the day where it gets the most amount of data for this week. PC GDP. It's already within striking distance of all-time highs. So you have to pick your spots very, very effectively in these conditions. Okay. All right. Tesla just said adios. Okay, Tesla said adios. Nice reclaim on Apple. Look at Tesla. If you don't take profits, the market will. And there's no better way I can illustrate this than using this Tesla example. Sometimes it's up to us, guys. It's up to us. So Tesla at its peak, 78, 79% here when we're in that position. Okay. Multiple scale outs on the way lower. We'll get the breakdown. And then now, if you don't take profits, you can easily be up 70, 80%. Maybe you have a better entry than I do. Upwards of 100%. And within 10, 15 minutes, you blink a few times and you're down 70, 80% because you failed to take those profits. That's how quickly things can change. All right? All right, so this was the first trade. All right, we took the puts there. We get stopped out. What's the stop out? Right here. Okay, about a 30% stop out. All right, why? Tesla's a little more costly. Tesla covers a little more ground, so those percentages can vary. We wait. We take this. Scale out 15, scale out 40. Last one sees upwards of 75, 78, 79%. And we mark our fine line in the sand right here. The reason why this is my fine line in the sand is because I want to see a retrace reject off of here. If we don't, we get that reclaim. When you're babysitting a position, all right, in a certain direction, look for the opposite thing. So what I mean by that is this. Okay, what I mean by that is this. Let's take a look at Tesla on the 5. Okay, when we take a look at Tesla on the 5, okay, we're bearish. So when you're bearish and you're babysitting, when I say babysitting, it means you're managing the last bit of your contracts because you want to squeeze a little more. Okay, you're not babysitting the full position. Okay, full position, take a majority off. Again, I can't tell you what to do. I can't give you financial advice. All right, but that's where a majority of traders struggle. Okay, so in this case, we can be bearish until the market becomes bullish. So this is our opportunity. We have about a 5-minute window. If you include this, maybe a 5 to 8 minute window. So what you're looking for with those, when you're babysitting is I don't want to see any bullish price action. I don't want to see something that would suggest bullish. So you can even do this mental exercise where you say, if I were to long Tesla, will I long it off there? Are there buyers stepping in there? And you can see that 2 down, 2 up, back the other side. Look at that hammer, continue push. So worst case scenario, if you're in those runners, all right, in that initial break, you get stopped out there, 30, 40%. If you want to have a little bit more, maybe you don't want to see that continuation. Maybe you still extract 15 to 20% out of it when it gets one more push to the upside. So use the counter as another layer of how you're managing that position. Okay, so what I mean by that, if you're short, all right, and you're babysitting those positions, look for long setups. That can be a form of you trailing your position. And see those long setups have some follow through. Use market context as well. Okay. Good. NVIDIA continues to fall off a cliff. Yep. NVIDIA follow that trend line resistance. All right. So if you took NVIDIA at the downside, my shockwavers, strikers, folks on YouTube, all right, use that trend line resistance. So the buyer's task is to knock that out. If they can't knock this out, they're going to keep slamming their heads off of that and pushing lower. So you can use that. Sometimes the market gives you that trend line resistance as a way of managing your position. Sometimes it doesn't because there's a lot of whipsaw action. Okay, so you can see it's in that bearish channel. All right, so nice catch on NVIDIA. Nice catch on NVIDIA. If you took NVIDIA puts at 10.11, all right, no stop out on NVIDIA. You sat through a little bit of drawdown, but no official stop out, depending on where your entry is. If you took that reclaim entry we discussed last week about the phenomenon we're seeing on these entries, all right, typically, of course, everyone knows the break and retest by now. Everyone knows the break and hold, right? But what I've been noticing is, okay, the market is setting up these, okay, retrace reclaims. All right, so retrace reclaims on both sides. So retest reclaim, retrace reclaim. So what that means is price breaks below a level, comes back into it, shows some signs of weakness, and then reclaims that level. Instead of retrace reject, it's a retrace reclaim. Okay, so same thing. Basically, the opposite of a break and retest. Opposite. All right, so we'll look for a couple more setups here. Has to be clean. SPY, nothing there. If you're trading SPY, if you're a SPY trader, all right, there's nothing there. Okay, nothing there. Don't force any trades. If you are looking to take those trades, you have an advanced scalping understanding. Puts off resistance, calls off support until proven otherwise. So this is the call zone. This is the put zone. Until proven otherwise, they're trapping all those participants. And which way is the market going, guys? So far, from 9:30 till now, to this very time, 10:46. Which way are we going? Are we going up? Are we going down? Or are we going sideways? I took an entry before the shockwave indicator. Last runner, 80%. Beautiful job. 80% beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Apple, that reclaim on Apple was gorgeous. Reclaim on Apple is gorgeous. Meta, if SPY starts to work its way to back the upside, Meta reclaim possibly brewing. Meta reclaim possibly brewing. Yep, sideways. All right, so sideways. If we're going sideways, if the market is going sideways, should we use EMAs? If the market is going sideways, should we primarily focus on breakouts multiple times? If the market is going sideways, should we try to trade momentum? All right, so those are the questions you have to ask yourself based on the conditions. First is the condition, then is the setups. So the better you get at identifying the conditions, the better you get at applying the right setups for those particular conditions. It's not set up and apply to whatever is there. Okay? It's not set up and apply to whatever is there. It's conditions. What are the conditions? And then what do I need? Just like anything else in life, right? If it's raining outside, what are the conditions? Okay. If it's raining, I take umbrella. If it's sunny, I'm not going to wear a jacket. But you're not going to just be in a random place and say, hey, you know what? Let me just wear a jacket. Let me wear a jacket outside and an umbrella. Right? Because in the wrong condition, that's not going to work. That's not beneficial. That's not going to do its intended job. It's actually going to be, it's going to be worse for yourself. But in the right condition, you won't get wet. In the right condition, you won't get cold. So condition first, setup second. Condition first, setup second. I'm usually in a next day call, 70% delta, which is expensive, but I am more confident with almost no time decay deep in the money. Yep, that's good. So that's actually a good strategy as well. So whatever suits your edges. So if it's in the money, deep in the money, 2 days out, 3 days out, right, play to your strengths. We had this conversation a while back. We were discussing how sometimes people overemphasize working on weaknesses. So I'm not discounting that you have to work on our weaknesses. We all do. But in trading, it's staying away from your weaknesses and just playing to your strengths. Right? Because there's too many things to correct. There's too many things to learn. There's too many things to do. So if you do have a strength, it's going to continuously refine that strength and polish it. Right? And address the most pressing, most important weaknesses. Right? Because what the industry will lead you to believe is go and improve all your weaknesses. You spend a lifetime doing that. Right? It's impossible to just fix everything. It's more of what works. What do I have that works for me? What's my vehicle? And then addressing the most important weaknesses. The most important weaknesses, 90% of those weaknesses have to do with everything between the ears. Right? Psychology, mindset, right? Between the ears activity. Right? But from a tactical standpoint, right? If that's your strength, if deep in the money, 1 out, 2 out, gives you the luxury to sit in a position, to let it play out. If it's zeros, if it's multi-day, if it's this kind of setup, if it's I only trade red folder days, I don't trade red folder days. All right, that's the opportunity you have as a trader to find out where your strengths are. And highlight your strengths. Always highlight your strengths. All right, and just touch on a few weaknesses, brush up a few weaknesses, put the proper guardrails for some of those weaknesses, and most of them have to do with between the ears. Like I said, right, between the ears activity. How are we managing the position? If you have a defined risk, are you cutting your trades where you said you're going to cut it? Something as simple as that can be very complicated. Right, that can be something that someone is struggling with. And it does take some time to get over that hurdle. Or one can be over trading. All right, so it does take some time to get over those hurdles. But in the meantime, as you're addressing those things, right, what are your strengths? What are your strengths? When you're in a position, right, you've been trading for some time. Right, one of the benefits of having experience losing and winning is when you lose and you've been in those trades where you've seen the contracts correct, or you've seen the contracts correct after you violate a couple of risk rules, it opens your eyes. Even though you're doing the wrong thing, which is very interesting, right? Even though you're doing the wrong thing, it opens your eyes. All right, it opens your eyes from the standpoint of now you can really see how these contracts move. So even if you're doing the wrong things or you're caught up in that, right, and you're making those improvements, right, just open your eyes. There might be something there that works to your favor. I know a lot of traders who have very, very wide stops, but they use significantly less size. I know traders have very, very tight stops, or who use significant, a lot of size and looking for quick pops. And that's what I like to do on SPY. All right, SPY, because when SPY goes with these individual names, guys, with these individual names, you have to understand, right? Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason. They can just do whatever they want. More than likely, they're paired to what the market is doing. If they have an individual news catalyst, there's no stopping an individual name from being down 7%, up 7% in one day. So with these individual names, if you are not trading it the right way, you can be very, very wrong, and it's not going to stop. For a SPY, right, more than likely, right, there's a upper and a lower limit. We know if the market sells off too much, there's breakers in place. If Tesla drops 20% in one day, and you're in the calls, there's no breaker in place. Right, so having the indexes, right, especially SPY, I'm a big proponent for SPY, you guys all know, as the backbone okay, will allow you to always have something to do every single day. I mean, today's not the best example, but it gives you an idea. Because you can find at least 3 to 5 setups on SPY every day. These other individual names, there might not be a setup every single day. If you're a scalper, there's a setup every day. If you're a scalper, there's always going to be something for you to do. There isn't a condition in which you say there's nothing for me to do. It becomes your choice. Do your ticker due diligence, your due diligence as far as the economic calendar is concerned. But there's always going to be something for you to do. So people who are just day traders, learn about how to scalp. Right? What is the hardest thing? The hardest part of the game is scalping. There's nothing more challenging than scalping because everything is sped up. So if your strength is scalping, you can easily get into the other types of trading. You just have to adjust. You just have to slow things down. It takes some adjustment, but you have to slow things down because there's no one making quicker decisions than a scalper. And you become proficient at making these decisions quickly. And you become proficient at cutting your trades wrong. When you're wrong, cutting your trades. When you're right, taking profit. Right, Nvidia continues to fall off a cliff. Congratulations, 5 years, Max, Irina Max. Right, kudos to you for your persistence. Robin coming for that retest. Look at Apple, guys. Look at Nvidia, guys. Nvidia continues to fall off a cliff. All those big semi names, guys, continue to get hit hard. Q's just stuck in the mud. Q's are triggering once again. Where's IWM? IWM owes me a little money. All right, so we're just range bound here, guys. Tomorrow is PCE and GDP. All the semi names are getting sold off. Nvidia go to 208. Let's take a look at it. 6.0. TP1 hit. 208. If you can get past TP1, right? And buyers are trying. If you can get past TP1, it keeps colliding with those EMAs, right? The next TP on Nvidia is 207.24. It's 207.24. So it just needs to get past TP1. I already went to TP1. I got him for the calls when he said the buyers are stepping in. 125% on that hammer candle. Beautiful job, BW. So, but the exit for my runner at that time was the fact that buyers were stepping in there. All right, so we have to give a chance. We have to give everyone a chance to get fed. All right, we know the motto. All right, we have to let the bulls get fed, the bears get fed. But if you hang out for too long, you're gonna get slaughtered. Because the pigs get slaughtered. So be a bull, be a bear for the right amount of time and move to the side, let someone else have a chance. Qs are starting to break down. Qs are potentially headed towards the lows of the day. They keep bouncing off that weekly open. So we're looking to head back towards that 725.98 for the second time. The only thing pushing to the upside, guys, is the Dow. So let's take a look at our good friend Walmart. I don't have my eyes on Walmart today. Let's take a look at Walmart. As the Dow continues to push, the first thing I'm going to go to is Walmart. Walmart surprisingly not doing much there. Let's take a look at BA. Okay, let's take a look at LLY. Lilly, okay. Nice break on Lilly, expansion on Lilly. So it looks like healthcare is starting to go. We'll take a look at the sectors. XLV. Did try to go there. XLF financials. Did try to go there as well. XLI industrials. So it looks like just a couple of names in the Dow are starting to push us a little higher, but in relation to everything else, the Dow is the only one that has strength. So it's holding above the PMH. It got out of that daily upside breaker. What ticker did I have here originally? Walmart. WMT. So all the semi names, big names, are retraced, rejected across the board. All right. So if you see, so if you have Shockwave, this is what it'll look like. If you have just a panel for the semis, right? You can have a watch on the semis. Look at the ones I broke down. All right. So look at the opportunities. I want to bring this to your attention. So MU for the puts. TSM for the puts. Okay. Broadcom for the puts. AMD for the puts. Intel one for the puts, got bought back up. Nvidia for the puts. MRVO for the puts. So you choose your flavor. And I had the VIX down there. So you can see all these are what are selling off. The major names and the semis are the other ones selling off. That's translated to the Qs selling off. Okay. The only thing moving here, Zscaler did report earnings. QCOM also selling off. QCOM falling off a cliff, down 9%. Good night, QCOM. CRWV down 5%. All right, so this morning, CRWV puts 105. CRWV. Look at that break. Once CRWV broke, never look back. On the 5 minute, did get a nice little 20-minute run up. All right, but that 20-minute run up, okay, did not surpass that 50% retrace. Right, didn't even have enough strength. So that was a nice dead cat bounce. If you throw the EMAs on, if you throw EMAs on this, if you throw probably the 5, if you throw the 5-minute EMAs, possibly drew into that 20 or that 50. If you throw the 15-minute EMAs, possibly drew to that 9. Okay. CRWV back into the lows of the day. CRWV. That might be the MVP. CRWV, the MVP. Starting to set up for Shockwave. Apple. That reclaim on Apple was gorgeous. Okay, calls comes in here. That retest is available there as well. Let it break below it. So this is the reclaim right here. The retest, break, reclaim. Comes back in right here. And goes to TP1. Now it's clean. Now it's smooth. Amazon also. So you can use this indicator for all the major names, guys. Amazon, very straightforward. Continues to grind higher. What I'm waiting for is Meta. Meta. Meta, count me in for the 615s if it does come into play. Count me in for the 615s if it does come into play for that reclaim. Okay. And Meta does have a little bit of friction. So if you want to scalp Meta, by all means, you can scalp it. Okay. But it does have a little bit of friction into that area. So Meta comes into play. Count me in. It might come into play right now, actually. Okay, but we'll be paying attention to it on the side screen along with our strikers. Okay, Robinhood coming for that retest. Robinhood is great for those small accounts. Do your due diligence on Robinhood. Retest of that opening range. Okay, let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. We'll talk about how to join the community. All right, how to access the indicators, how to access all the tools, and be part of our Discord as well at 11:30. How we doing, guys? You wouldn't think anything selling off the way SPY, we just printed the big green candle selling off and SPY is going up. Yeah, it is, right? So SPY is kind of flat, everything is kind of, some of those individual names are playing out nicely. What's keeping SPY stable is the Dow. So the Qs are selling off. Qs, retrace, reject. If you took the breakdown on the Qs, gorgeous. Okay. If the Qs can come back and retest that area, count me in. The only thing holding the SPY right now is the Dow. So let's put it like this. Okay. So we'll do some scenarios here. So QQQ is selling off. Intraday selling off, trend at the downside. Okay. Okay, so within QQQ, the semis are selling off. Within QQQ, within mega cap tech names, the subsector, okay, within the tech sector is semiconductors. SMH, okay, and some of the memory names, DRAM. Okay, they're selling off. The Dow is pushing higher. Dow's pushing higher. Dow's pushing higher. Q's pushing lower. So we have to understand that even though SPY is, of course, it's an ETF and it's tech focused, right? It's a blend of the Dow and the Qs, but with a slightly heavier tech allocation. So what happens to SPY is when these two are doing the opposite with two different things, SPY kind of gets caught up in the middle, all right, which I like to refer to as a rock in a hard place. So if you're looking for the breakout, if you're looking for the expansion on SPY, all right, so SPY is stuck between a rock and a hard place. If you're looking for that expansion on SPY, one of these need to influence the other. So it's either we continue to get dragged by the Qs and then we see the Dow get dragged lower, or we see the Dow get lifted and the Qs get back above those lows. If that does not take place, okay, what this is telling us, all right, is there's a rotation. There's a rotation today. So money's flowing out of semiconductors and memory names. Okay, it's starting to flow into some of the Dow names. That's what it's telling us. All right, so ideally, when those two things are on two different pages, what happens to SPY is it kind of gets caught up in the middle. All right, so now it just becomes which one dictates the pace. Which one dictates the pace? And you can see this playing out in real time, and you can see SPY is literally going sideways. SPY is literally going sideways. So what I got lined up is Meta. Meta can come into play, and I'll be there for it. QQQ retrace reject potentially brewing. We have the 9 EMAs up for grab. The 9 EMA retest up for grabs. Shooters across the board on the 5 on SPY, Q, and the Dow will give us a potential idea there. And as retrace reject, retrace reclaim territory is basically the midpoint. So we go to the outskirts, we gravitate back towards the middle. Go to the outskirts, gravitate back towards the middle. And we're seeing this play out in real time. So if you're just joining us, we took 3 trades so far, 2 trades on Tesla. One, we got stopped out. Second one, possibly the trade of the day. We still have a couple of trades left to take. And then we got stopped on IWM. Okay, so no trade so far on SPY. If you do have my indicator, okay, then, again, if you trade the opening range, say if you take this, you can take whatever you like. If you have proper risk management, you will survive. Because eventually, the break will lead to a break, a legitimate break. But what happens is, oftentimes, traders, when they take this, they take a loss that's beyond what they expected to take, beyond their defined risk, and they don't want to take it again. That's the between the ears side of trading. Okay, look for shooters on the 5. Shooters on the 5. That's what I'm looking for. Shooters on the 5. QQQ, if QQQ can come into play. I want to see a reclaim back to downside. Count me in for the 270, 227s. Okay, Meta. Meta is also coming into play as well for the calls. Meta. If Q's in this case, I want the Q's to reclaim. See if Meta can hold above that. Okay, the defined risk. Okay, it's going to be all the way here. No close below there. Meta does have a little bit of room initially. It's going to have contention up at this key zone there. So Meta, looking at Meta, the 615s. In this case, the Q's pushing higher would favor Meta. So we don't want to see a reject on the Q's. I'll take Meta right there. Okay, when the Meta calls here. Targeting 614.45 initially. Okay. Average fill. Meta's spread. It's a little spready. Okay. Do you want to bring that to your attention? Meta is a little spready. Okay, Meta up 8. If you need to TP guys, has room to that 614.45. Okay. Okay. Third trade of the day, Meta. Ideally, for the case of Meta, I don't want to see price on the Qs fall back under this level. Because then now that slide to the downside comes back into play. And that shooter off that 9 comes into play as well. That's not going to be favorable for Meta. Hourly on Meta is inside 15. Okay, nice break on the 15 on Meta. Okay, that's shooter on the 5 if you're looking for shooters on the 5. On the Qs and SPY, okay. Rejection off that 9 on the key level. You're right there. Meta, still in Meta, still within that risk. Ideally, see if we can recover from that. See if Meta can absorb that selling. Did see upwards of 8% on Meta. So a lot of scalps, but I want to see a recovery here and try to stay as close as possible with that 9 on the indexes, especially for SPY. See if SPY can use this short-term trend line to continue to push into this retraced reject area and try to reclaim it. If it continues to struggle here and it makes those lower lows, more than likely it resets back into this area. All right, so we'll still in Meta here. See if Meta can get a nice push. Nice push on Meta would be great. When it's all said and done, in this next minute and some change on the Qs, if we can get a close above that 9, that'll be a victory. All right, so small victories at this particular time will be critical because again, we're trying to recover that massive drop. So it's going to struggle at that 9. So that would be a victory for the Qs. Okay. Only horse in the race at this particular time is Meta. If you do need to take profits on Meta, guys, feel free to do so. Okay. Feel free to do so. That's that initial soft target before TP1 is scale out. I want that in the next 5-6 seconds, guys. See if Meta can stay above that level. I don't like that last response on that last 1 minute candle. Okay, so now the objective for Meta is simple. Take out these highs. Take out these highs. Buyers are interested. Take out these lows. We can sit through a little bit of drawdown. SPY is starting to break down, so that's not favorable. Okay, but we can absorb this selling. But I want to see Meta push into 614.15. If you need to TP because of the broad market sell-off, all right, you're using that as your stop. Okay, that's fine. Well, do whatever you need to do, guys. All right, whatever you need to do. I'm still in the position. SPY is starting to break down. Qs are starting to break down. So if you took that 5-minute shooter off that 9 on the Qs, you're looking good. You're looking good. See if Meta can continue to push here, despite the fact that we're selling off here on the indexes. Up 7, up 9. If those indexes start to bounce, Meta's going to go up 13. I'm going to take a majority off right there at 13. Thank you very much. That first soft target down to runners. Up 15. Good, good, good. That soft target right there. Have to use that, have to respect it. Now, I want to see if we can get past that 614.69. If you took Meta, congratulations. Quick 15 plus percent here. Already extracted a majority right here, respecting that level. At 15, see if there's more. See if there's more room. Up 21. There we go, Meta. Who took Meta? Dollar signs in the chat, guys. Okay, Meta's starting to rock and roll. Now, if we can get above that 614.69, we'll be good to go. All right, we're testing that key zone. Here's Meta, guys. So we talked about Meta, why we're going to take Meta. Okay, that is a rejection zone there. I took 15% off there. Okay, we did see 20 plus percent. I'm going to move my stop to as close as possible to break even. All right, see if there's one more push left in Meta to the upside. See if that 5-minute can at least hold above that 614.14. Okay, I'll give the buyers a chance to buy back in at 614.14. All right, if they want to buy back in at 614.14, they can. I'll be there for it. But this is that resistance. So if someone's looking to go short, you get that bearish combo. That might be that area. That's why we got to respect this area. We got to respect this key zone. Respect that key zone. See if there's a little more left on it. If there is, that's great. See if that 5-minute candle can get a close above that level. Get a nice little push. SPY sliding, guys. SPY is getting very close to the lows of the day. Qs are getting close to the lows of the day. The Dow's going back to retest that VWAP. So this might be a solo mission on Meta. So it is that resistance. Keep in mind, guys. All right, it is that resistance. So we need the market to bounce off those lows. That would help Meta get above that 614.69. Okay. Beautiful job, Firefly. Okay. Go, Meta, go. I like that 5-minute candle. If you jump over to the 5, you can see that 5 full body. I want that full body to last for the next 50 seconds. And this thing can start to rock and roll. All right. So that full body, I don't want it to close back below 614.69. I want buyers to really push this thing as high as they can. All right. On the flip of that 5-minute, we can't get a lot of back and forth. Market is dumping here, guys. Keep that in mind. Up 20 plus percent. I want that 5-minute to close above that level. See if I can squeeze a little more out of this. Giving it a minute. All right. SPY is dumping. No close above that level. Unless we make a resurgence, and then in this last 10-15 seconds, I'll close out. So I'll walk away with 20. All right, so I want to see a nice, healthy push on this 5. If there's a massive wick on the 5, everything is dumping, then I'll get rid of Meta. I gotta respect market context. Okay, I'll close Meta right there. Okay, all out on Meta. Did see 27, 28, close at 30% up there. But did start to come back in, so I'll close the rest out at 17, 18%. Okay, so if you're still holding Meta, by all means, do what you need to do. So you're gonna go 5 for 5. Just use this. Do that. All right. It's a beautiful trade on Meta, guys. Beautiful trade on Meta. Okay. We gotta respect that key zone. We gotta respect that key zone. All right. So good, good, good. Anyone take Meta there? If you take Meta, I'm out. Made my goal and done for the day. Beautiful job, Firefly. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful 4 hour. Yeah, if we can hold above that level, the 4 hour has been, order block has been solid for ES. Yeah, that 4 hour, see if we can last above that level. All right. So now this is being put to the test. Is there a support flip here? Is there a support flip? Is there a support flip? Beautiful cut on Meta. All right, so Meta, we squeeze whatever we can out of Meta. All right, there's no other way you want to manage this. All right, this is the window. All right, don't want you to always think something has to go 500, 600%. All right, when those 500, 600, 100, 200% come, they come. But you don't want to chase them. You want to let them come to you. Okay, and as everything is selling off, Meta's starting to slide, trying to get catch a bit off those lows. Okay, first signal of the day on SPY. See if we can stay below those lows. See if the Qs continue to sell off. And now look what's happening, team. The Dow is starting to sell off as well. As the Dow started to sell off, headed back towards VWAP. If the Qs start to sell off and the Dow fails to hold VWAP, slices under VWAP, that would lead SPY to sell off as well. Okay. That would lead SPY to sell off as well. Thank you very much, Meta. Okay, if we start to bounce off those lows, forbidden fruit. If you're done for the day, be done. That's three tickers, 4 trades. Took me 2 attempts on Tesla. That weekly down, the weekly upside breakers right there. I'll look at the 748s here on SPY. Right, shorting those breakdowns is just scalps. Right, it's been very tough to short those breakdowns. Look for a bounce on SPY. If I look for a bounce on Apple here, guys. If SPY reclaims this territory, Apple can start to head back above that 311.82. It's going to be predicated on what the Dow decides to do here. Okay, it's going to be predicated on what the Dow decides to do. And SPY has a major level it needs to overcome. That weekly upside breaker, last week's highs. Okay, that's where the buyers are picking this thing back up off of. So if you short this into that area, respect that area, that's fine. But if the Qs start to bounce, all right, we can start to reclaim this area. What we need is here, guys. The Qs have that continued weakness, and the Dow slice and dice under VWAP. That'll lead us to slide to the downside. Keep a close eye on Apple. I'm going to retrace, reject that SPY. If you're going for mean reversion, you want to reclaim this area. If you're going for a retrace, reject, you want to see bearish candles. You want everything to start to slide to the downside. Okay, looks like it wants to go mean reversion, grab those lows. Look at that. That's why it's so important to understand market context. Now everything's starting to bounce off those lows. Apple, nice bounce there. See if it's legit. For me to go short SPY, needs to break back below it. If not, reclaim, grab a second shift lows. Okay. Who's done for the day, guys? Who's done for the day? If you took Apple, congratulations. Who's done for the day? Who's done for the day? 5-minute reversal on SPY. Headed back towards where? Headed back towards VWAP. Or that 9. If you're going 2 down, 2 up, 5-minute strat reversal after grabbing first shift's lows. Might try to go inverse head and shoulder here. Left head. 15 minutes starting to wick out of that area as well. Some aggressive buyers. Okay. Get back below that level. If we get back below that level, I'll shoot my shot on SPY to the downside. On the 748s. This would be our lotto for the day. Okay. If you're going mean reversion, you can take the calls and use the lows of the day as your risk. If you're going lottos. Okay, Qs are starting to go, guys. SPY is starting to go. Okay, starting to bounce. See if it continues to push into these highs here. No position currently. See if SPY can come into play. Break below those lows into lows of the day. Of course, it isn't a kind of a rejection zone, but just seeing if there's some weakness coming in on the Qs as well. The fact that if the Dow can break below VWAP, that would be a vote of confidence. All right, decisively break below VWAP, that'd be a vote of confidence. I'm done for the day. Beautiful job, Max. So 60% of the chat thinks we're going to get to 755 by the end of the day today. To give you some context, we're about $5 and some change away. $5 and some change away. So this already broke down. So again, we have this. If we break below that level, if I get that alert, okay, I'm pulling the trigger. I like how the Dow's breaking below that VWAP. The Dow's the only thing holding us up. You can even go 747s or 748s. I want to see a decisive break below it, initially targeting the lows of the day. The Dow gave up VWAP. All we need now is the Qs to go shooter. If the Qs start to show some weakness, SPY will slide into the lows of the day, risk being all the way up there. Okay. Qs are being stubborn. I'm looking at the 749s as well. 749s at the money. Okay, if we break below that level, if it goes TTT, if you hear the alert, count me in, and I'll be the last trade of the day. If you're done for the day, again, I don't want you to take any of these trades if they don't align with what you're already doing. By no means are these signals. All right, this is for educational purposes. Okay, trading comes with a lot of risk. Okay, I want to see a nice break below this level. The Qs need to go 2 up, 2 down, reject off that 9. That would be great. The Dow is doing what it needs to do. The Qs are going back to test that 9. If the Qs test with that 9, go south, that breakdown, okay, will start to look appealing. If we reclaim that 9, okay, then that initial grab of first shift's lows, okay, because there's a cohort of traders that are in here. Okay, the liquidity has already been grabbed. Their stop is the opposite way. Their stop can be here, depending on where their entry is. Say if my entry is on this reclaim, my stop is all the way down here. Okay, so what I'm looking to do if I'm going the opposite way is I'm looking to see if the Qs can reclaim that 9. All right, so in this case, if I'm going the way that it's already going for that lower low, I want to see the decisive break below that level. So scalp opportunity, if you held until TP or scale up, you get stopped out. Okay. Okay, the Qs are coming back into play. Google Meets. I didn't check Google Meets today. No shockwave yet. I'm in Tesla. Good. Yeah, the charts will be available soon. I took them down. They'll be available. I'm just making a couple of changes. And then now we have course corrected. So we're back at this magnet. We're going to use this RR as a magnet. We're going to use this RR as a magnet. Okay, so we continue to gravitate back towards the mean reversions all day. Now look at the Dow. Dow said adios. Dow said bye-bye. Peekaboo under VWAP. Okay. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. We have 180 plus people joining us. 140 plus people joining us this morning, guys. Only 76 likes. Again, guys, do me a favor. Take a minute. Smash the like button. Share. Subscribe. Anyone take that mean reversion? Strikers? Okay, we're trying to break out here. Okay, if we can get back above that magnet. We already broke out on the 15-minute reversal. Okay, 15-minute already reversed. We grab all these lows. Now we're trying to fuel up and get past this key zone. All right, so invalidate that double top, structural shift. If we do reject off of that, this can possibly set up a nice little right shoulder situation. All right, so if you take that mean reversion, right, what you're targeting initially is here. You're targeting here first and then targeting there, finally there. And seeing if there's a breakout behind that push. If there is, it's a win-win. If there isn't, it's still a win. That is resistance until proven otherwise. It is resistance until proven otherwise. QQQ puts fuel brewing as well. Right, 11:30. It's past second. It's past second shift. Okay, second shift. We grab first shift's lows. Second shift trade we took, of course, was Meta. Worked out nicely in our favor. Apple. That retest on Apple was gorgeous. Anyone take Apple? Nice bounce off that level, off that zone on Apple. That was a beauty. That was a beauty. What I'm trying to solve here, guys, is Rubik's Cube. My youngest son gave me a challenge to solve the Rubik's Cube. All right, never solved it before. I've never attempted before. I'll keep you guys posted how long it takes me. Has anyone solved the Rubik's Cube before? Let us know in the chat. I might need some pro tips. Okay, to a T goes to that magnet, rejects off that magnet, starts to push lower. Look at that rejection, guys. Right off that magnet. Okay, look at that. Look at that. You don't take profit, the market will. So this entry here is a A+ entry. Off that magnet. You can use that magnet as your risk. You can use that magnet as your risk. Look at the Qs. So we got relatively equal lows, a little bit of a higher, equal highs, a little bit of a higher high here. So the biggest problem here is the inverse head and shoulder. If there's no inverse head and shoulder, we break below these lows. Lower lows incoming. Tag me in. I'm looking at the 749s. So the biggest danger for the shorts here, I mean, if you're short up there, you have the best entry. And that is the best key zone entry. This is like what's just trying to capture the momentum off that rejection. Looking at the 749s. Okay, count me in. I'm in the SPY puts here. See there's a momentum off that. It can go inverse head and shoulder here. That'll be my invalidation marker. Okay, so this will be the lotto for the day. And see if it wants to continue to sell off. Okay. See if it wants to continue to sell off. If it closes back above here, then I'd be out of there. All right. So the biggest danger here is left head right. So I want that right not to hold up. I want this 15-minute to continue to sell off. I want the Qs to continue to sell off. See if I can bet on the bears. See if the bears have a little bit of pressure here. They haven't been able to get any pressure anywhere. Haven't been able to get any pressure anywhere. So I like how the Qs, SPYs, of course, selling off here on the 5. Qs are selling off on the 5. And I want the Dow to stay below VWAP. Okay, so NC all the way up here. Granted, not the best entry, but already in. So let's see if we can continue to break down here. Okay, I want that 5 to continue to break down. Qs continue to push. I want the Dow here, guys. The Dow get below VWAP. It's hugging that VWAP. I like how the Qs are selling off here. Okay, I like how SPY is selling off here on the 5. Now what we just need is a last piece. The last piece is the Dow to give up VWAP. Okay, see if I continue to push lower. First thing I do every time I arrive on Out of Simple Respect is to smash the like button. Brother George, appreciate that. I know you can respond, but it's really sick to me that people would come here and not like. I see it in all live streams. People take advantage. People who are putting themselves out there for free and they view, but they don't click the like button. Yeah, it's nature. It's the nature of the beast sometimes. Right. I mean, the fact that people are watching, that's huge as well. But just liking does do a lot of good things for the channel. All right, we do live in that attention economy. So if we do get those likes, see if we can get into these lows, and then YouTube's algorithm will deem it valuable, and it will start to push it further in the algorithm. Okay. Now we're trying to see some buyers step up here. If we can go a candle on a candle here, start to go down, start to go into this territory, that'd be great. Okay, didn't get the best fill here, still down about 2-3%. All right, so I don't want us to recapture this. Stubborn buyers once again. Stubborn buyers once again. At 15 on the 5, right? It still has a minute and some change left. But again, for the same thing with this 15. If this 15 can close as close as possible, if it can close as close as possible to these lows, okay, we'll be in good shape. As close as possible. Because now the distance for the sellers to push a little lower is very short. But if it goes doji, it will be very difficult for them to push it they'll have a harder path or a longer path to push it lower. All right, we got to respect the fact that we're in a bounce zone. All right, so bigger picture, we're in a bounce zone. The bulls are trying to turn this into a doji. Okay. All I got to do here is just let it play out. Let it play out. Uh, 2 minutes left. Stubborn buyers trying to go inverse head and shoulder. Left head right. This will be the last trade of the day. Lotto for the day. The Dow continues to push higher, guys. The Dow's lifting everything up. The Dow's inability to break below that VWAP continue to push the downside. Okay, I want to see the Dow. I'm just keeping it close on the Dow. Dow break below VWAP. Decisive break below VWAP, create separation. I have about 2 minutes left. Okay, I like that. See if we can continue to push. See if we can continue to push here. There we go. Be aware that we do have a possible double bottom here. So what I want to see is a complete flush into this low here. All right, if you want to take profits at any point, you can do that. I'm playing this 15-minute candle here. I want to see that 15-minute candle close. Try saying that 10 times. Close as close as possible to the lows. Close as close as possible to the lows. All right, buyers, again, they're trying to push this thing back up. They refuse. Sellers need to continue to pile in. Okay, I like how the Dow is now under VWAP. Okay, that makes our path, that makes our job a little simpler here. Okay, TP if you need to, guys, up 10%. Okay, we can bounce here. Double bottom. 10% TP available. I'll hold through that. Want the double bottom to be invalidated as the Dow's sell-off continues to accelerate. Okay, we're gonna get some contention here. All right, I wouldn't be surprised if buyers try to go push this up. So we're gonna have to allow the buyers to try to push that up if we're gonna sit through that. Okay, new 15-minute candle coming in. 42 seconds. So we did go on golfer to the downside. Okay. Up 20%, guys. There we go. Up 21%. TP. Want us to stay below here. There we go. Finally, 25%. I'm going to take some off right there at 21%. Look at the Dow. So we just talked about the Dow breaking down. That's all we needed. Okay, TP1 25%. Scale out if you need to. Up 27. There we go, guys. Breakdown of the day. Okay, I want us to stay below this level here. Stay below that level, targeting daily, that daily downside breaker. So no close back above here. TP1 25%. So again, stubborn buyers. Again, stubborn buyers, guys. You have to take profits because these stubborn buyers are not going to give up. So on this retest, I want to see a nice little rejection. If there is no rejection, I'll close runners out. Okay. If you took that, dollar signs in the chat. Dollar signs in the chat, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. That's a blast from the past. Yeah, it's actually very, very relaxing, to say the least. Just a simple, simple toy. Who took the lottos for the day? I would definitely overtrade, but Nvidia hasn't missed. Good, good, good. Okay, we can't reclaim this territory, all right? So I want to see us push into that daily downside breaker and trigger the lows. It came down to the Dow. So this is why it's so important to understand market context. The only thing holding us up was the Dow. The Dow starts to slide, everything starts to slide. Now, the sell-off will continue if we break below these lows. Okay, up 25. Okay, we do have some stubborn buyers. Okay, so if you're going to take profits, you should take profits already. Okay, friend to friend. If you have runners left, just mark out your trailing stop. All right, and see if there's a little more room left to break those lows of the day to trigger that 15-minute candle. So what we're looking for here is some kind of compression breakdown. Okay, because now the Qs are trying to get bought back up. 5 minute, we're trying to push back above that that weekly level. I don't want to see a reclaim here, so that's going to be my stop there. Reclaim will be my trailing stop. Okay, that's going to tell us that there's buyers there, so I'll allow it to come into it as long as it rejects. But if it decisively closes back above it, I'll cut those runners there. Okay, because buyers are trying, but not enough of them. We went bearish engulfing candle on the 15 here. That previous candle. Okay, the Dow's starting to hammer here. So you go one more little draw lower. Okay, never mind. Dow continues to sell off. Up 25. Okay, go, go, go. There we go. Up 30. There we go. That's the breakdown we're waiting for. 32. There we go. 38. 39. I'll close it right there at 39%. Thank you very much, SPY. Thank you very much, SPY. If you're still in this, have fun with it, guys. The one breakdown, we were able to catch that one breakdown that eventually broke down. There was no breakouts and eventually broke down. We were in there for it. Last TP, 39%. All right, we can start to bounce off here. Same thing. Treat this level the same way you treat this level. Give it respect first. Okay, if it earns your respect, that means there's buyers there. If it doesn't earn your respect, then it's a clear push below it. So a beautiful drop, 39% on that last TP. And that'll be the last trade of the day. Okay, who's still holding those runners? Who's still holding those runners? Anyone in the runner army? All right, so look at the 15. Vicious, vicious, vicious. Where are we rejecting off of? Where is this coming from? This is coming from here, guys. So the A plus entry is here. The A plus best entry, best ticket. So this is basically like buying a first class ticket. All right, for economy price right here. Okay, that's basically what it is. All right, because that's the best seat. Dirt cheap. But now, right, I want to see if there's enough momentum off of this break, fueled off of this rejection, to lead us below this double bottom and validate the double bottom and into where, guys? Into here. Okay, into there. That's the time. That's where I expect it to push into. And you can see it's catching a bid right there. That's where I entered. Beautiful job, Mimi. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, now we're starting to see the cues get bought back up. So beautiful trading today, guys. Couple of stop outs. First trade stopped out on SPY, stopped on IW. So started 0 for 2. Okay, started 0 for 2. If you start 0 for 2, don't let that be a reason to start chasing trades. Okay, recalibrate. All right, trust your setups, trust the levels, trust the system. And then after that, we recouped on Tesla, upwards at 78% on the last runners. We did see a peak into that area, and then we went to Meta, and then we came home to SPY. Okay, we came home to SPY. This is actually our first trade on SPY on the week. All right. Okay, so hopefully you guys found value today, guys. As always, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. Let's talk about the ways to join our community. If you're looking to access all the tools and resources, go to smartactiontraining.com. If you want this indicator, it's available, guys. The new prices will be coming out the next month. So again, if you're in a lot of you are getting the starter pack. If you're getting the starter pack, guys, you have access to 2.0. A couple of you still have not sent me your Discord username. Right? I still need let me take that back. Your TradingView username. Your TradingView username, I'm still waiting for that. All right. So if you're looking to join our community, guys, take your trade at the next level. Go to our site, smartactiontraining.com. Community trial is available. 4 spots available. Use the code TRIAL30. That'll give you access to our monthly tier. Our monthly tier has access to our live trading pre-market prep stream every single morning. We go over the game plan. All right. So folks on YouTube, I don't want you to think we just come here and just click buttons at 9:30 a.m. All right. We have a detailed game plan. We have a detailed process that we go through. I walk our team through that process every single morning, regardless if we're at all-time highs, regardless if we're at 52-week lows, regardless where we are, the process stays the same. All right. The process stays the same. So I walk you through that entire process from the looking for the opportunities, spotting the opportunities, define the scenarios, and to finally segueing into the live trading and actually executing. One thing is to have the ability to see the opportunity. Okay, the other thing is to execute. Execution is I would say the most important part when you have all the pieces together. Okay, the one thing that ties everything together is the execution. All right, so that's where our community does. That's what we do in our community. So it gives you that live training. The reason why I refer to it as training is because it's walking you through the process from beginning to the end. All right, not just, hey, you know what, I'm just going to click buttons randomly and not tell you what the rationale is. All right, so you have that immersive educational experience. All that is available on our community. You have access to our chat. We have an awesome chat collection of tremendous traders. Pre-market game plan. I send you my levels every single morning. My ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed, weekly Q&A, weekly group call. We have that. Options flow data. You have access to that. You have access to AI ideas. You have access to my course, high win rate setups. Okay, everything you need as it pertains to our community is available to you here. There's 3 ways to join. There's the monthly tier. You pay 4 spots left unless it filled up. Okay, you pay. You use the code TRIAL30. That's your trial. There's no free trial. All right, YouTube is free. All right, so when you're ready, right there, $48 trade. That's what it is. $48 trade. Your entry is $48. And I'd argue that's the best trade you're going to be. That's the best trade you're going to make in yourself. All right. You are the contract. Okay. All right. So $48 first month, $69 after that. Quarterly plan, you save 5%, $197. Yearly plan, $689. Right. What you have access to, the coaching call and the boot camp and our latest and greatest indicators here as well, guys, which is the Shockwave 15. All right. If you're on the quarterly access, yearly access, lifetime access, all that is available to you. Make sure to use, there's no code for Shockwave, but you can use the quarterly. Okay, use the quarterly. I have a ton of people join the Golden Goose Club, so make sure to join. You have access to 2.0. Anyone who purchases between now and the end of the month will have access to 2.0, will have access to 1.0 as well, and access to the multi-ticker dashboard as well. So coming June, all these things are going to be separate things. All right, so very important that you do lock in. For those of you who did take advantage of the early bird special, you're in for life. All right, you have access to whatever updates come up. And that's that lifetime access. Okay, so all that is available on the site. Make sure to go to smartactiontraining.com, and this will also be ending in June. Okay, starter pack special. All right, will also be ending in June. That includes 12-month access to the community and lifetime access to our indicators. All right, the lifetime access to all the indicators, Coach Recall Bootcamp as well. All right, this is the best bang for your buck. Excuse me. This is the best bang for your buck. If you're looking to get started, trial on the community. If you're looking to get started on the indicators, take the quarterly. All right, the quarterly, that's the best approach. But if you're looking to lock in and take advantage of the offering, this is the best way to go about it. Okay, all that's available to you in the community, on the site, smartactiontraining.com. Make sure to go there. Make sure to see what fits. If you're a first-time viewer, continue to tune in, guys. Immerse yourself. Get used to the content. If you're a long-time viewers, if you've been watching for 3 to 5 episodes, you have a good idea now. It's either this content resonates with you, or it doesn't. All right, if it does resonate with you, it's in your best interest. Okay, it's in your best interest to jump in the community, surround yourself with other traders, and access all the resources and really get the full breakdown of how to get these ideas. All right, these things I try to explain. We lay out the scenarios. All right, we lay out the scenarios every single morning. All right, and the motto is we don't care which way this thing goes. All right, I'm not a bull. I'm not a bear. Convince me to be one. All right, you're telling the market to convince you. We're saying, market, convince us. All right, so this morning, the most important level this morning, guys, folks on YouTube, was right here. What kind of reaction do we get off this level? And if we get an upside reaction, we push into this territory. If we get a downside reaction, we push to this area. All right, but it took a long time for price to sort itself out. All right, but look how many key levels there are in this area. It's a high traffic area. Okay, so very, very important that you do join us for the pre-market prep. Okay, any questions, guys? Any questions? I entered the trade on a market order. Right, so since I'm trading the names that have very tight spreads, relative tight spreads, I want entry. Right, so for my particular style, speed of execution is everything. So on SPY has tight spreads. So I don't mind paying 1 cent over to get a good fill. Right, so for names that have wide spreads, right, write this down, guys. For names that have wide spreads, the spreads are 10% or greater than the actual value of the contract. Right, those are wide spreads. All right, for those names, you want to go for the bid. Worst case scenario, the mid. You don't want to go for the ask. I'll give you an example. MU. IV is 120%. Let me just show you here. So if we take a look at the MU contracts, take a look at MU's contracts. MU's contracts right here. MU's contracts. Okay. You can see MU's contracts here. IV, 119%. 120%. Through the roof. The bid, the ask, the last. Okay. So the bid is hard to get filled at the bid. So the only way you can get filled at the bid is if your entry is based on getting the low. Say if you're looking for a bounce. The only way, the best way to get filled in the bid is to play weakness into strength. Or strength into weakness. So you're not using a lot of confirmation. You have a level marked out, and as prices come into that level, so you're looking for a bounce off that level, as it's dumping into the level, you take it. If you do that, you can possibly get filled on the bid. But you can see if you take the ask, all right, if you take the ask, look at that. Look at the difference. All right, so 30. Okay, 30.85 minus 32. About $1.15. $1.15 spread. Okay, that's a 100 multiplier. So when you buy the ask, you are down $115 right out the gate. So when you get started, you buy it, you're down $115 right out the gate. So it's in your best interest to get the bid or the mid. On the other hand, look at SPY. Okay, I want to bring this to your attention as well. Look at SPY. So you have to know what to do. You have to know when to do what. I don't like to trade names that have wide spreads because I like to get filled at the ask. I want quick execution. Look at SPY. You see SPY, guys? SPY 750s, $69, 69 cents. 70. So if I buy the ask, okay, I'm going to be down $1. You see the difference? Tight spread, wide spread. Tight spreads, something like this, like SPY, it doesn't get tighter than this. Okay, market order. Wide spread, bid is the best option. Second best option is mid. Worst option is ask. Unless you're ultra confident and you want to get filled, then you can take the ask. Right, but I don't recommend people taking the ask, right, on these widespread names unless widespread names unless they know exactly what they're doing. So stick to the bid. All right. So to answer that question, it depends. It depends. Trump is speaking. Let's take a look. I'm in Tesla. Google Shockwave. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Jake, I didn't take a look at Google today. Cabinet meeting, okay.
And every drug company agreed. So we have most favored nations. So we were paying the highest drug prices in the world. Now we're paying the lowest drug prices in the world. So that pill that I talked about, we go from $10 to $20. The world is bigger.
Let me know if the audio is good, guys. Thumbs up if the audio is good.
But it's true. So it's not like you cut it in the middle.
I'm done for the day.
Go up a little bit, but a little bit is a doubling of a price. So a little bit's a lot. So the pill would go from $10 to $20, and we'd go from $130 to $20. Think of that. So
Audio is low, let's
if
put it
you
up.
remember, some of you were at the news conference I had in my first term where I got the prices down 1/8%, 1/4% my first term. And I'm so proud of it because drug prices hadn't come down in 28 years, and I was the first one to do it. But now I'm getting them down, not 1/8%, I'm getting them down 400, 500, 600. Or if you want to use it a different way, you could say 70%, 80%, 90%, 50%. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I got that through, well, everybody knew it was taking place, but we paid the highest prices anywhere in the world. Now we're paying the lowest prices anywhere in the world, and the press refuses to write about it. I think it's the biggest thing. And for healthcare, so much of it is prescription drug prices and drug prices. And with them coming down, the healthcare is going to come down very substantially. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics too, as I said, and that's 1,000 drugs, and it's all on. And this was not given by me. This was given by Dr. Oz and Bobby, and I, wasn't sure whether or not I loved the idea, but they said we want to use Trump. TrumpRx.gov is what it is, and it's the hottest site, I think, anywhere on the planet, from what I understand, Bobby, right? It's really great. People are calling up and they're buying drugs for literally a fraction of the price. And it should be the biggest story. And on that alone, we should win the midterms. On that alone, we should win the midterms. But the press doesn't talk about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in the drug industry ever, maybe. Ever. And the press doesn't even want to write stories about it. We made the largest ever investment in U.S. military, $1 trillion, and we're asking actually for $1.5 trillion for the coming year. And we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, as you know. You saw what we did with Venezuela. That worked out very quickly, and we're doing really equally as well with, but again, people don't want to write about it, with Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. But the Navy is gone, as I've said 1,000 times. The Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone, and they're negotiating on fumes. But we'll see what happens. Maybe we have to go back and finish it. Maybe we don't. Right now, I mean, you can speak to Steve Witkoff and Jared. They're doing a good job. But right now, I think it looks like they want to just make a deal.
And the stream poll is up, guys. Strikers, answer the poll question. It's voluntary. It gives us a little context. All right. So again, guys, smash the like button. If we can get to 150 likes by 12:30, 12:45, we'll do a giveaway. All right. So let's get that done. We'll review the trades. If you have any questions, we will take those questions on the other side of this press conference. We'll review the trades. We'll break down the exact trades we took, the rationale behind it, how it played out. All right. It's very important that you do see it because some of you are just jumping in and don't get that real-time experience. So if you are just jumping in, you're a first-time viewer, it's very imperative that you do tune in during 9:30, 11:30. That's the big chunk of time where we do take the majority of the trades. All right. Let's continue to listen. What do you think about the UFC stadium construction at the White House? I mean, I think the UFC card itself is a pretty good card, but you'd like to see more Americans on the card if it's to celebrate the country's birthday. You'd like to see more Americans on the card, but again, there's no top American fighters. All right, because the last thing you want to see, right, is not a lot of American fighters on the card. So unless the thing is Justin Gaethje, I think he's an American. Right, he's the only American fighter on the card. Construction, I don't have too much of an opinion. I haven't seen the construction yet. I haven't seen the construction yet or the concept of what it looks like. But I'm not sure how they're going to fit all those people in there. If you ask me, I'm not sure how they're going to fit, if it's going to be open to the public, if they're going to sell tickets, if it's just going to be, because that could be also a national security threat, right? So it's a tough one, but I'm looking forward to the card. Let's continue to listen.
Ilhan Omar, crooked as hell. They're all crooks. And we got them. Now we're putting the clamps on, but boy, I tell you, that's an impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women too. But I was watching that last night. I said, I'm proud of you guys. In 2 months, we've exposed tens of billions of dollars of defrauded taxpayer money, prosecuted numerous fraudsters, Todd, and stopped billions of suspicious payments, very suspicious. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet? Well, you see, I'm getting reports from Todd, from JD. I've never seen anything like it. The kind of, just hundreds of billions of dollars was stolen. And no other administration would do what we're doing. They'd let it go. Everybody was getting rich. And I think we have a chance to save Social Security without doing anything to it by just the numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security, people that are 115 years old, 125 years old, getting payments. It's funny, I said, oh, do those payments get turned back? No, they accept them. Well, somebody's getting the payment. It's not a person that's 125 years old. But that's the least of it. The numbers that we're finding out, we have great people at Social Security. We're going to make our Social Security so strong, so good that you've never seen anything like it. We're going to protect. I said right from the beginning, we're going to protect our people on Social Security. If the Democrats ever got in, you wouldn't have Social Security would be bankrupt. People wouldn't be getting anything. Last week, they took down 2 of the largest Medicaid fraud cases in Minnesota history, as well as the largest autism fraud case ever charged by the federal government. You saw that with millions of dollars just being stolen. Everybody had autism. Everybody had autism, they said. It was incredible, actually. And I've just seen I see what they're doing. You haven't seen anything yet. So congratulations, JD. Be vicious like they are. They're violent people. They're violent, vicious scum. Before asking Vice President Vance to speak about these efforts, I want to express our tremendous gratitude to our outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who's a terrific person, actually. She's come up with some findings that were pretty good. And Tulsi's worked tirelessly to restore trust and focus on the intelligence and with the intelligence community. They all respected her. They listened to her. She gave us leads that were pretty much, people thought they were dead and they weren't dead. They were right there, and she was able to expose a lot of things that we used at the FBI.
We're testing that channel resistance there. Channel resistance test. It cost $60 million. Wow. And I believe that's just for one night, right? One night, they put it together and tear it down. Yep, they got it. All right, so we're coming to that channel resistance. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. We're headed back towards that magnet. The last time we were at that magnet, rejection, rejection, rejection. So until proven otherwise, it is resistance. How does it get proven otherwise? We have that strong close above these highs up here. Continued expansion, broad market push to the upside, doing the same thing across the board. Ideally, a reclaim of VWAP on the Dow or headed towards VWAP. The Dow has been giving us a read all day. All day the Dow's giving us a read. And SPY, the only true breakdown on SPY took place here. Right, that was the only thing that's the breakdown. Rejections, we had multiple rejections up here. All right, off that resistance. Initially, this was a support. All right, initially that was a support. Now we recapture those lows, and we're on the verge of breaking this and continue to push higher. Let's continue to listen.
These are wonderful guys, so just say hello. Thank you for the great work you've done. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask JD to say a few words about the war on fraud, followed by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's doing fantastically, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another one. I mean, we have great people. And the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Central Casting. He loves war. I don't know, I get it. He's a good man, that one. And Scott Bessent, you talk about a guy doing a job. Been fantastic. Thank you, Scott. Really fantastic. And a lot of the success that we're having with other countries is what you've been able to do and find. And SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler and all of the people here have been great. We're going to just do those few, and maybe if you have some questions, we'll go to others. But everybody around here has got a lot to say, but we did that once and it lasted for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a little much. We want to be open. So now if I do it this way, they'll say, he didn't let anybody talk. But let's start with JD, and you can talk about a really, really important thing, bringing our country back to honesty. A tremendous amount of money is involved. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for your leadership, sir, and for making it possible. I often find in the fraud task force that there sometimes are barriers that we need to break down, agencies that need to coordinate, and I'll come to the president and say, Mr. President, I need your permission to do, he'll say, for what? For the fraud task force, and he'll cut me off and say, yes, go do it. So the fact that we have dedicated presidential leadership is really what's made this possible, because it does require we've got great people around the table, but sometimes these agencies don't know how to work together at the lower level, and that's one of the things we've had to turn on and force with the fraud task force. So I want to shout out just a few all-stars here. Linda at the Department of Education has been amazing at finding student loan fraud. You've got people who are either illegal aliens or aren't even actually real human beings who are getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the Department of Education for student loans. We have cut that off. We found a lot. We're going to find a lot more. Scott at HUD has been amazing, because a lot of the fraud that we see is housing fraud, people claiming benefits that they're not entitled to or against, or sometimes completely made up people who exist purely to collect fraudulent money from the American taxpayer. Brooke at the Department of Agriculture, something I had no idea until I started this work, sir, that we send hundreds of billions of dollars to the states to administer the food stamp program. The federal government has no insight into whether those food stamps are going to people who are legally entitled or whether those people actually even exist. And so we're working on a number of mechanisms to actually force the states to verify that the people who receive these benefits are...
Okay, SPY is looking for that retest after breaking those highs. It continues to expand. That retest would be in this area as it approaches that magnet area. Okay, I'm going to take a quick coffee break here, guys. I'm going to refill some coffee. And then we'll come back for the recap. Okay, SPY is expanding here. All right, we'll listen to our intro music. We'll come back for the recap in about 5 to 7 minutes. Get a refill for the coffee. If you have any questions, we'll answer those questions on the other side. We'll recap the trades, take any questions, do some chart requests, and look to wrap up. In the meantime, let's take a listen to our theme song.
I stayed up so late, staring at the candles like they choosing my fate. Laptop light glowing all across the room, trying to make a way before the rain come through. Had dreams bigger than the town I was in. The pressure make it hard just to trust within. Everybody see the wins on the green days, nobody see the tears on the red days. Nobody see the losses I was hiding inside. All the nights I questioned God in my whole life. Would quit 100 times if it wasn't for faith. David had valleys before giants got slain. It ain't funny how the strongest look calm, even while they're carrying the weight through the storm. Used to think success was catching every big move. Now I know survival just mean knowing when to lose. On the red day, I still pray. God kept me through the heartbreak. Walk valley, fought giants, even through the silence. And one day, we gon' smile at all this pain. Yeah, grandma said, boy, don't let money control ya. It don't matter more when the world don't know ya. They hit different after blowing them trades. Humility came after ego got flamed. See the market teach lessons like scripture do. Pride come quick when the winds get huge. Then one bad week make you question your gift. Like Peter in the water when his coat gets slipped. Friends stopped calling cause they didn't understand. Why sat alone with charts and trading plans? But every dream requires sacrifice and pain. Even Joseph had presents before the rain. Now I see the losses, wasn't really losses. God was building wisdom through every process. Had to learn patience, had to slow down. Had to lose myself before I got found. Through the valley, I learned who I was. Not every closed door mean failure. On the red day, sometimes God protecting you. Sometimes the loss ain't punishment. Sometimes it's preparation. On the red days, I still believe in what your market took from me. The giants still fall when faith's stronger than it all. And someday we gon' tell the story proud. Now that I pulled up from the valleys out. Hold on, you're too close. Don't quit now. Don't quit now. Hold on, you're too close. Don't quit now. Don't quit now. Smart ass you trade. It's five strikers. Another opportunity. Some came for freedom. Some came for money. But the market was about to reveal all of us. I remember late nights watching candles on the screen glow. YouTube traders talking level in casinos saying freedom. Only one break
got away. So I jumped in the market thinking riches in a day. Small account dreams with the hunger of a giant. First green trade made me instantly defiant. Thought I cracked the code after 2 wins in a row. To revenge straight and took everything I own. Heart racing every tick like judgment approaching. Staring at the losses while my confidence broken. Everybody online on the posting the trophies. Nobody showed a nice and God controlling. Mama asked me why I look stressed that dim. Couldn't explain the war going on within us. Cause the market don't just test your entries. It exposed pride, fear, greed, and envy.
They sold us dreams to the fast life. Green candles and the bright lights. Nobody talks about the long nights. Pressure, pain, and sacrifice. Everybody want the fruits at harvest time. We survive when we go in the dark inside. One action trading gave us more than charts to analyze.
It taught us discipline to stay alive. Then I found a different kind of trade environment. Not just happy gambling, the sky's enlightenment. As we fly strikers in the chat every morning. Talking patience, while the market kept pouring. Wait for confirmation, happen with my memory. Every candle in a trade became therapy. Literacy and cash was still a position. As discipline pays more than bad decisions. Feel like David standing small before Goliath. Hedge funds moving away, caught up with guidance. Find some stones called patience and time. But everybody else was emotional and violent. Some days good, some days deep regret. Some nights down every path ahead. But the losses build wisdom inside my head. And pressure turned fear into discipline instead. The market don't humble every man.
But the discipline survives.
And the patient inherit the fruit.
They sold us dreams to the fast life. Green candles and the bright lights. Nobody told us about the long nights. Pressure, pain, and sacrifice. Everybody knows the fruits at harvest time. We survive when we go in the dark inside. Smart action trading gave us more than charts to analyze. Oh, traders quit after the losses. Some blame the market.
Some chase every candle, hoping to feel alive. But the ones who survive learn patience, learn risk, learn themselves.
Final bills.
And the ones feel different when the bill begin. Never chasing every move, emotionally swimming. Learning what the we pause, so prepare to patient. Not the last voice, pretend they greatest. Cause freedom ain't the money, it's control of emotion. Calm in the storm while market emotion. Every lost planet sees eventually open. Now who's strong enough to carry the goal? Every power strike is still standing through with pressure. Building discipline down last bills.
Smart action trading.
Wasn't just a name, it was a journey that changed the man. New opportunity. Trade safe, trade smart, let discipline lead the way.
Okay. We're back. Okay, looks like the president is still speaking. Coffee mug reloaded. We did get that nice little structural break of this bearish channel. We made those higher highs. We came back for that retest, came into this territory. Now the question becomes, do we have enough momentum to push back at that magnet area? So the likelihood of us pushing back at that area is very high as long as we stay above these highs right here. And now that puts us in an area where we can start to go back and forth, chop around. In the meantime, prior to getting to these highs or getting to these lows. The good news is we're done for the day. If you're still in the trenches, guys, if you're still looking for trades, look for quality. Probably base it off what takes place off this zone to the upside, to the downside, a retrace, reject, retrace, or a reclaim. Whatever kind of action takes place on the other side of this territory can possibly open up that opportunity. We're going to review the trades. We're going to answer some questions, and then we're going to look to wrap up the stream. Stayed out as a fight, but finished strong. Good job. Real quiet. And digging the tunes. Good. All right, so I can't play any other music, so I might as well create the music that we do play. All right, to avoid the copyright strike. Robinhood trying to get that reclaim. So let's recap the trades that we took. Let's recap, and we'll go over some higher time frame thinking, go over some tickers, and then we'll look to wrap it up. If we're at 150 likes by 12:45, we will do a giveaway. If you have any questions, strikers, anyone on YouTube, you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. Okay, so the first trade was Tesla. First trade was Tesla. And I will clip this out and possibly post on the channel if we can do these recaps. Right, it will just kind of give us an idea of all the trades that we took. There's a quick recap of all the trades that we took today, Wednesday, May 27th. First trade we took was Tesla. We got stopped out on this initial trade. It was all about risk management in this trade. So this was the additional entry. We saw Tesla selling off. Tesla did have a catalyst being the EU vehicle sales. And then we're looking for that structural break below that opening range. Initial trade came in. We took it to the downside. Did see about double-digit opportunity. I was looking for a nice little push into these lows, at least to scale out or hit TP. In this case, it continues to push. Our entry was right here. So our entry was right there. Our risk is up there. So if it breaks above there, I got to get out of there. Right? Well, there was a quick opportunity, but it happened so quickly. But it wasn't enough time to take those profits. But worst case scenario, if it breaks above there, then we get stopped out. So we're managing that position. We're a little bit of drawdown there. It continues to push. We get stopped out here. As we get stopped out, we look for that next opportunity, try to align that opportunity with the market. It comes back in for that break. Don't take that break. Right, we're continuing to wait. We continue to wait. And we set our alerts. So the power of alerts are showcased on this trade here. So after it gets stopped out, if I decide not to get stopped out, it will drag me into more drawdown and force me to close somewhere else. And in this case, we continue to push, and then eventually this idea comes back into play. So another idea comes into play. The puts come into play here. Don't take the puts there. We wait for that continued breakdown. And then as it starts to break, we take it once again. All right, so once it breaks to the downside, gets above it, reclaims at the downside, we take the puts once again. We scale out at the lows of the day for a nice double-digit gain. We continue to scale out in the 40s. We see profits upwards of 78, 79%, and then we eventually get stopped out, trail stopped at the last runner for 30+%, right? So at peak, it did go 78, 79%. So that's the power of, hey, respecting your stop, re-engaging if it reappears, right? And manage the position accordingly, right? So manage the position accordingly when it works in your favor, manage the position accordingly when it works against you. So in that case, 2 trades on Tesla. First one stopped out, second one worked in our favor. That was a great 2 trades on Tesla. Even this trade, I would say, the stop out trade was just as important as this trade here. Right, this stop out trade, right, working, doing the best you can when it works in your favor, and doing the best you can to manage the position when it works against you. Those 2 things have to be the same. Next, we went over to IWM. We did see some momentum on IWM coming in, and for IWM in this case, small caps. Right, I was kind of topping, but I like the fact that it got above the PML, tried to reclaim the PML, and got above that weekly open. So in this case, let's rewind the clock a little bit. So this gives you some understanding of what I was seeing. So again, I was primarily focusing on to see if these levels can hold. So we come into that opening range. I want to see if these levels can hold, if price can respect that weekly open, if price can respect that daily open, I should say, if price can respect that daily open, if price can respect that pre-market low. That gives us a nice chance to get that continued push to the upside. Again, where is the risk? Risk is defined right here. Right, so defining your risk before entering the trade is very, very critical. Right, so in this case, the risk is defined, so we know what to look for. Right, I can have a 2R, 3R, 4R, but if my risk is not defined, I'm not going to know what those R's are in relation to my risk. Right, it's your risk versus your reward. So in this case, we take the trade in that area on that reclaim. So I wait for it to break, get that bounce, take it off that reclaim. Do see a little bit of green, same thing as Tesla. Do see a little bit of green, 6-7%. But again, I'm looking for that continued expansion to the upside. And then boom, we get a vicious drop. We see a broad market sell off there for a couple of minutes in the market. And then I get stopped out right there. Once I get stopped out, right, whatever the market does after I get stopped out, that's besides the point. Right. So if I get stopped out, I have to just let it be stopped out. Whether it works in my favor after that or not, you can't entertain that too much, because what's going to happen in the future is if you have all those things in your mind, you're thinking of, hey, I almost got stopped out this time, but it worked in my favor. The likelihood of you respecting your stops moving forward is very low. So in this case, if I want to re-engage simply means after you get stopped out, if the setup is still valid, the same variables are available that were available here appear here, then you can take it again. In this case, I did not take it again, but I just got stopped out there. So next trade we move on to is Meta. So Meta, we see another opportunity on Meta. Meta initially showed a little bit of strength, so I wanted to take advantage of a potential reclaim on Meta. Meta took some time to play out, right? We had to wait. All right, so we let that go. We let that go on Meta. I let this go on Meta, right? I let that go, so there's no trade for me there on Meta. All right, we let it come back, right? So if you took Meta using our indicator, right, you'll have calls here, you'll have calls there. You can be done. So in this case, I want Meta to start to reclaim its territory here. I want Meta to reclaim this territory because we are seeing some signs of buyers continuously buying it in this area. So I want those same buyers that bought it last time, same buyers that bought it the previous 2 times in this case, right? This time and this time, to step up and do the same thing. And what am I looking to take this into? I'm looking to take this into this area here. I have to respect my key zone, right? As much as I want to get that scale out, as much as I want to get that 1R, 2R, 2R type of trade, I have to respect the context. And for us to even get to 2R, for us to even get to that scale out, we first must address this territory there. Therefore, that territory is going to be my initial soft target, my TP area, right? So in that case, that's been illustrated. But first things first, the defined risk is here. If we break below this level while we're in the position and on our way to that possibility, on our way to that possible TP area, we must close the trade. That is the rule. So in this case, we get that continued push. All right. So we take it right there. So in this case, this is our entry. So we didn't take this entry here. We took this entry right here. All right. Because I want to see that reclaim. I want the indicator to tell us to do so. And by the time we get into this area, guys, guess what? I scaled out a majority. I took 15 off the table. See if there's a little more room to the upside, right? Now we did see upwards of 28, 29%, right? So, but again, we have to respect this as resistance until proven otherwise. We have to respect it, right? And of course, it resets by that time. I already out my trailing stop, and we move forward from Meta. So Meta, again, we use that same kind of reclaim to give us that nice trigger. We use the indicator in our favor to give us that confirmation to the upside, and we use this key zone as that target. And on Meta, guys, 15% in a couple of minutes, right? Less than 10 minutes. That's about $1 and some change. All right, so that's a nice appreciation to the upside. Last but not least, we took SPY. SPY finally broke down and provided an opportunity to the downside, and that was the last trade that we did take. All right, so the last trade we did take on SPY was that breakdown. And that breakdown on SPY, we know on SPY, whenever SPY breaks down, makes lower lows, the past few days, I would say 3 to 5 trading days, we've been seeing these stubborn buyers continuously push it up. So those breakdowns have not been favorable. So in this case, again, we waited for price to reject off this key zone right here prior to taking that break. We wanted the price to break, come back into it, and see if there's a retrace reject, right? See if there's a retrace reject at that level. All right, so we see a nice little initial bounce in that area. We don't take this breakdown here. We let it come into that rejection zone first. Okay, let it come back lower, because now we're paying attention to the Dow. At this particular time, the Dow is holding that VWAP, and the Qs were selling off. We wanted the Dow to break below VWAP to give us that context, to give us more context to support that broad market sell-off. So again, if we break below these lows, all right, we're gonna take the puts. All right, so we sat through a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of drawdown before it starts to work in our favor. But again, the defined risk is right here. If it breaks above here before getting to our destination, I'm out of there. So defining a risk is very critical at this point. And we're coming to this territory here. At this time, we're up about 10%. Again, telling everyone, hey, you know what? In this case, there's a possibility for it to double bottom. If you want to take profits there, by all means, take profits there if you need to. If you want to wait for that continued breakdown, all right? If you want to see there's more sellers that step up, you can take profits after that, right? That's up to you. Again, we take our first profits at 15+% there in this area. And of course, it continues to break down, and we're able to extract 30+% when all said and done. All right, so in this case, SPY works in our favor nicely. And once it comes to this area, again, we're using this key level as our final target. So scale out a majority, okay, scale out, multiple scale outs, and finally close out there, okay, and it goes to this area for nice double-digit appreciation, right? So when it comes back in, all right, I'm not too concerned, because you want to make sure, right, the one adjustment that I want to make this week is making sure those trailing stops don't trail too much. All right, so giving it a little bit of breathing room, but not too much room, to where your initial TP is not affected too much by that trail out. All right, so that's been the 3 trades that we did. 4 trades we took today. 2 trades on Tesla. Stopped out on the first one. Second one worked in our favor. Stopped out on IWM, and of course, Meta worked out nicely in our favor, and SPY worked out nicely in our favor. The biggest takeaway today is, even if you start off 0-2, right, it doesn't give you the reason. All right, it shouldn't give you the reason to overtrade and chase those moves. Be patient, be calculated, all right, be poised under pressure, wait for your setups, define your risk, take those trades, take profit frequently, don't be wrong for too long, and you'll be right on your way. Okay, so hopefully you found value from that breakdown. Okay, that's all the trades so far, guys. I had to record a quick clip there. All right, and of course, SPY, we're just jammed between these two territories, between these two areas. So far, all the votes in the chat, 100% green. Okay, that's good. So keep in mind, this is a short week. So it's very important that tomorrow is Thursday. Or after that, ramp down Friday. Short week. Tomorrow we have PCE, we have GDP as well. We have a ton of things on the economic calendar tomorrow. All right, SPY just continues to grind to the upside. Continuous gradual grind. Trump is working with diligence. Reopen California's oil reserve. Okay. Nothing too major on the economic calendar. On the, not the economic calendar, the news feed. So SPY is trying to gravitate back towards that VWAP. Interestingly enough, guys, not only is this a key zone, now pair VWAP with it as well. Throw VWAP in the mix. Throw VWAP in the mix. Throw VWAP in the mix. Any questions on YouTube, guys? Any questions? Any video holding 210? How do you start? You start by, you can join our community. You can tune into the live stream. Okay, use the code TRIAL30. All right, there's about 4 spots left, so make sure to take advantage of that. That should get you squared away for 1 month. Okay, think of that as a trial. All right, there is no free access to the community. The stream on YouTube is free. All right, all I ask is you to like and subscribe. That's the only cost, and of course, you dedicating your time to watching the content. That's the only thing it costs. A nice reclaim on Robinhood. Robinhood is good for small accounts. Okay, Robinhood, nice push 2 times. You can double dip on Robinhood. After our push on Robinhood as well. SPY is just sitting in this bounce zone. Right, so when we're in a very bullish environment, when we're in a bounce zone, okay, sellers have to do everything they can to push it below it as quickly as possible. If we start to linger in a bounce zone, by default, that's going to favor, all right, the upside move. Because that tells us, you know what, there's buyers that are piling in slowly. And that oftentimes leads to a nice little compression break. And eventually a breakout off those lows. Very similar to what we're seeing here. Yeah, beginner's course, everything is available in the Discord, guys. All right, so there's 2 ways to access the course material. You can either buy it on its own. Okay, it's just a one-time payment of $99. Or, okay, there's the hack. Okay, or you can join the community on the trial, 4 spots left, and take the course in a month. All right, so you can basically save 50% off the course. All right, so that is available. The course is available as a standalone, but if you're in the community, you do have access to the course. It's a 5-hour course. Okay, it goes through everything. So if you haven't taken the course yet, guys, that's a major thing to go over. All right, brush up on the technicals, brush up on some terms. All right, this is what it covers. So it's intended to take you from 0 to market ready. Getting started day trading, section 1. We start with the basics. What is trading? Market basics, platforms, tools, initial cost, broker accounts, tools of the trade, resources. We break that down. Section 2, technical analysis. Market structure, cycles, support, resistance, supply, demand, chart types, candlesticks, confirmation, reversal patterns, trend, key levels, zones, common overlays, EMAs, VWAP, volume, you name it, it's in there. The most important stuff, and I share 3 high probability setups in there as well. Options trading fundamentals, okay? Power options trading, calls, puts, Greeks, options chain navigation, contract assessment. Section 4, trading psychology and routine. Okay, the psychological side of trading, emotional control over trading, discipline and growth mindset, building a daily routine, pre-market prep, post-market review, journaling, self-review as well, and section 5, execution and consistency. Step-by-step trade execution, post-trade review and improvements. Okay, back testing, paper trading, putting all the system together. All right, so that's all available to you in the Get It Started Day Trading Options full course. 5.5 hours is designed to give you that one course that covers all those topics. Okay, one course instead of you taking 5-6 different courses. Right, all that is brought to you in that one course, and that comes with your membership. Okay, that's available in the community. Beats 613. Right, so that's available on the site in the community. For some reason, YouTube took out my description. My videos don't have a description, so I have to give you guys a link. I noticed that. Okay, it does have a description. So if you're tuning in on desktop, okay, you should be able to see the description. Everything is available. All right. So the hack is join the community via free trial. 4 spots left. You get access to the course. So you're in the community. You can trade with us with a delay-free, ad-free stream, and take the course during that time. That's the best bang for your buck. Okay. And it's in my best interest not to tell you that. Right? So, but I want to tell you that because that's the best way to get the best bang for your buck. We're testing VWAP. We are testing VWAP. We're testing this magnet zone. So do we get a continued push here, guys, or do we get a slice and dice back to the downside? Peekaboo above VWAP, we'll see. If you're done, you're just in observation mode. There's nothing you're looking to do. All right, there's nothing I'm looking to do here as we look to wrap up the stream here shortly. So the chat is split. So 55% of the chat says we do reach 755 by today. Another 45% say no. Another 45% say no. And you can also scan the codes. Top banner of the stream, you can see them flashing. Everything's available there as well. Scan the right code. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? No questions? Okay, guys, we'll look to wrap it up in about 2 minutes. Thank you for tuning in as always. Hopefully you found value. Make sure to like the video on your way out. Make sure to subscribe. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. Tomorrow, let's try to get 100 likes right out the gate. That positions us nicely for the giveaway. All right, by 10 o'clock, 100 likes. Will be eligible for a giveaway. On that note, guys, thank you for tuning in as always. We'll see you guys tomorrow. If you're still in the trenches, trade safe. Know what you're looking for. High probability setups only. It's hard to find high probability setups in a low probability environment. If you're done for the day, if you're green, okay, the biggest enemy to your portfolio right now is you, is yourself, is you. All right, so make sure to log out of your brokerage accounts. Stay green, stay clean. We'll reconvene tomorrow. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.
Yeah. Smart action trading. SBY strikers. This one for the traders learning structure. Price action lessons. Candles. Price action lessons. Check it. Every candle got a story if you know how to read it. Bullish engulfing mean momentum, undefeated. Long with rejection means the buyers got defeated. Market giveth opportunity, but emotion mistreated. Green candle strong with the body fully closing means conviction in the moving. Momentum still growing, but tiny body candles means the market indecisive. That's why patience in the game become your biggest investment. Hammer as support, could reverse from the bottom. Shooting star, rap resistance, better watch if they dropping. Its sidebars tighten up before expansion get popping. Price action first, solar indicators, secondary options. See beginners chase indicators looking for salvation, but the candles tell the truth before confirmation. Every chart got with them like a conversation. Learn the language of the market through observation. Price action lessons. Study candles every night. Support and resistance help you navigate the fight. VWAP holding strong. EMA trend align. Technical analysis help the structure of your mind. Price action lessons. Every setup got a clue. Market moving patterns if you study what they do. Structure over noise. That's a message every day. Smart action trading teach you how to read the play. Now support like the floor where the buyers defend. Resistance like a ceiling where the sellers descend. When resistance breaks strong, it can turn into support. That's the market shifting gears while the weak lose composure. Everybody wanna enter on the middle of the range. When the money made best, when the levels get engaged. Patience at the zones while the market turn pages. Cause random entries usually produce random trades. Previous day highs, yeah, them levels important. Same with overnight lows where the pressure start building. Supply and demand zones got the whole market pivot, and that's why disciplined traders stay observant, not emotional. Trend line support hold means momentum intact. Break down below structure mean you better step back. Cause technical analysis ain't predicting exact. Cause probabilities and discipline combined on the map. Price action, let's study candles every night. Support and resistance help you navigate the fight. VWAP hold it strong. EMA trend align. Technical analysis help the structure of your mind. Price action lessons. Every setup got a cue. Market moving pattern if you study what they do. Structure over noise, that's the message every day. Smart action trading teach you how to read the play. V's the WAP like gravity, institutions respected. Price above VWAP, usually bullish direction. Price below weak sellers, lightly aggressive. That's why traders watch the line for intraday perspective. EMA soothe the movement, help identify trends. 9 EMA fast while the 20 defends. Stack EMAs bullish needs momentum extend. Cost below better, tighten risk management again. See indicators, tools, not the source of the decision. Price action still king when you analyze conditions. Confluence, what matter, multiple confirmations. That's how professional traders avoid random positions. Body spike breakouts means attention increase. Low volume fake news usually quick to retreat. That's why technical analysis deeper than a teeth. You study market structure till the patterns repeat. Coming. Say it. As it is. Be this. EMA's aligning with the structure of the chart. Every level tell a story if you study with your heart. Price action, patience, discipline, execution. That's the difference between trading and emotional confusion. Yeah. Technical analysis, basics. Smart acting trading. SBY strikers. Study the structure, protect the capital, master the process. Trade safe, trade smart, and dominate. Yeah. Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot strikers. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I
came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turned a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me, we hear the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shot wave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appealing. Used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, and destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Now the whole playbook different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's why strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every boss another lesson, every win come from awareness. Trust over noise, that's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Level risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked down, why don't you can't stay now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Haven't needed man bows just to prove I got results. I had to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson getting grave. Entropy refined, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean for where the plan. Little traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. Spot strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions later, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't need more to prepare. Every loss another lesson, every leg go from awareness. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Trading, Shockwave 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate.
Educational and inspirational purposes only. Trading involves substantial. For educational and inspirational purposes only. Trading involves substantial risk of loss. Not financial advice. Matthew 25.
Parable of the talents.
Let's talk stewardship.
That's to cry a voice.
Well done, good and faithful servant.
Multiply what heaven entrusted.
Fear, bury the gift. Welcome Matthew 25. Red letter spoken. Kingdom parable. Hidden truth open. Master called service before travel abroad. Place resources in their hands before departing far.
2, 1, 7.
5 talents to build.
To another 2.
According to skill.
To another 1 talent.
Measure was assigned.
Each according to ability at the time.
First servant went and multiplied quick. Second did the same with discipline. Risk. The third got fearful, dug into the ground. Buried what was given, never moved around. See, the story ain't really on the cash. It's stewardship, purpose, time, and craft. What you do with opportunities in hand defines the fruit produced from the plant.
Don't bury the talent in the dirt below.
Feel they keep on never
Truly grow.
market rise.
Market rise.
Still control your soul.
Stewardship and patience over chasing gold.
5 became 10.
You became 4.
Faithful with little now.
And trust in more.
But the servant futures low. Thinking every green candle guaranteed dough. Loaded contracts, hitting the wrist plate set.
Flip through the whole account, chasing internet flex.
Then he had
Well done,
good and faithful service.
then it hit deeper than surface work.
This faithful ain't gathered packers with greed. Faithful means protecting and managing seed.
And trading,
There's a difference clear between
wise execution and emotional fear.
one trader over
Every
trade.
move in sight,
Another waits patient for setup time.
one risks everything.
Time double overnight.
Another grows slow.
With discipline tight.
That's the parable inside the chart.
Patience and stewardship set apart. Cause multiply capital.
Take control,
Not emotional intrigue.
and soul.
This is education on purpose only. Now it's risk, move wisely, homie.
Never risk money.
You can't afford to lose.
Every trade decision
Belongs to you.
lasts for one week.
Don't guarantee gain.
Keep a strong system.
Can endure pain.
Study, practice, protect your peace.
Real well built through consistency.
See the master came back after long delay. As he's serving what they made.
Well said, 5 became 10 through word.
Seconds two became full.
Through pressure hurt. Master answer both the exact same brain.
Well done, good and faithful servant.
You were faithful over a few things.
I will make you ruler over men.
But the third said I feed and hid what was mine.
Never took responsibility with time.
See, fear can't freeze potential still, just like greed here.
Overtrade skill.
Both extremes can lead to loss. Lives the world sinner through every cross.
Is markets and like that principle stand. Be faithful with what's inside your hand.
Not everybody called
To flip overnight.
sometimes called come little by little, despite.
Don't pay the counting in the dirt below.
Protect the seed
And watch it grow.
trade and test discipline deep and soul. But wisdom and patience sustain control.
I became 10.
2 became 4.
Faithful stewardship, open doors. Happy 25.
Chapters still.
Like happy 25.
Lessons timeless.
Multiply wise.
Happy 25.
14, 30.
Parable of
The talents.
educational and inspirational purposes only.
Trading involves substantial risk. Manage risk carefully.
Protect your peace.
Your purpose and your capital.
Smart ass you trade. It's spot strikers. Another opportunity.
Some came for freedom,
Some came for money.
but the market was about to reveal all of us.
I remember late nights watching candles on the screen glow. YouTube traders talking Lambo and casino saying freedom. Only one break got away, so I jumped in the market thinking riches in a day. Small account dreams with the hunger of a giant. First green trade made me instantly defiant. Thought I cracked the code after 2 wins in a row to revenge straight and took everything I own. Heart racing every tick like judgment approaching. Staring at the losses while my confidence broken. Everybody online only posting the trophies. Nobody showed the nights anxiety controlling. Mama asked me why I look stressed that dim. Couldn't explain the war going on within us. Cause the market don't just test your entries, it exposed profit, greed, and envy.
They sold us dreams of a fast life, green candles and the bright lights. Nobody told us about the long nights, pressure, pain, and sacrifice. Everybody want the fruits at harvest time. We survive when lose go in the dark inside. Smart action trading gave us more than charts to analyze.
It taught us discipline to stay alive. Then I found a different kind of trade environment. Not just hype and gamble in the sky's enlightenment. SP Pie strikers in the chat every morning. Talking patience while the market kept pouring. Wait for confirmation, echo in my memory. Every candle ain't a trade, became therapy. Learn sitting cash was still a position. Cause discipline pays more than bad decisions. Feel like David standing small before Goliath. Hedge funds moving weight, gotta move with guidance. Five smooth stones called patience and timing. While everybody else was emotional and violent. Some days good, some days deeply red. Some nights doubting every path ahead. But the losses built wisdom inside my head. And pressure turned fear into discipline instead. The market don't humble every man.
But the discipline
And
survived.
the patient inherit the fruit.
risk, learn themselves. Final villains. Now the warnings feel different when the bell ringing. No one chasing every move, emotionally swinging. Learn the market rewards those prepared and patient. Not the loudest voice, pretending greatest. Cause freedom ain't the money, it's control of emotion. Calm in the storm while market in motion. Every love's planet sees eventually open. Narrow root strong enough to carry the growth. SB power, strike the sun, still standing through with pressure. Building discipline that will last forever. Smart action trading wasn't just a name, it was a journey that changed the man. New opportunity, trade safe, trade smart, and let discipline lead the way. Yeah. Smart action trading. SPY strategies. I'm letting the charts long enough to know. Most traders don't lose from the market, they lose from themselves. Listen close. Yo. Never trade the car. Number one, never risk more than you can survive. Cause blown accounts kill dreams before the vision arrive. Proverbs said the wise store oil for harder days. So I size my position just to preserve the play. These are trade commandments. Structure over emotion. Discipline and patience. Keep the account in motion. These are trade commandments. Pressure reveal your flaws. Market humble everybody that don't respect the law. Never chase green candles after momentum extended. That's emotional entry disguised as confidence blended. Wait for support confirmation. Structure to align, cause impulsive decisions destroy portfolios over time. These are trade commandments. Structure over emotion. Discipline and patience. Keep the account in motion. These are trade commandments. Track and reveal your laws. Market humble everybody that don't respect the law. Always use a stop loss, pride don't belong in trading. Ego hold losers while discipline staycation. Proverbs say power before destruction every season. That's why I cut losses fast before emotional bleeding. These are trade commandments. Never trade need direction. Entry target invalidation before execution. A trader without structure like a ship with no sail. Lost in volatility every time the market prevail. Motion money close, Proverbs and able. See Greek like judgment make the spirit unstable. Everybody want